Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the last stream of the week. It is Thursday, January 30th, 2025, and tomorrow I'm going to be on my way to North Dakota. I'll be streaming from there on Monday and Tuesday, and I'm very excited about that. That's part of what this stream is going to be about. I'm going to be talking about what we'll be doing there, I'm going to tell you what to expect, and we'll also be going over some fossil news and doing Thursday BIRDSday as well, because
Ontogeny.
it is Thursday, and Thursday means Thursday BIRDSday. So we'll be looking at some community-submitted photos of birds and talking about how birds themselves are living dinosaurs. But anyway, if you're new here, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do what I think every scientist should if they have the wherewithal to communicate their work to the public. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. Most paleontologists work on other kinds of fossil organisms. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of animals, but they're what I work on. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about here on Twitch, and what I dig up during the summers. Very much looking forward to some more excavation live streams in just a few short months now. But yeah, for now I'm here in my office in the sunny and beautiful San Francisco Bay Area, and we're going to be talking about some new publications in fossil science, trying to keep you up to date on what's going on in the world of paleontology, and answering whatever questions you might have too. Everybody has got questions about the history of life on Earth, about how our present world came to be, about the different creatures that have inhabited our planet over the past 3+ billion years. And if those questions happen to be about dinosaurs in particular, then I'm even better equipped to answer them. But whatever you've got questions about, don't be shy with those questions. That's really kind of the bread and butter of these streams. That's the majority of what we do, is answering viewer questions and trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. It's fascinating stuff, and it is my privilege to share it with you. This is my full-time job, believe it or not, and I am deeply, deeply grateful to everybody who makes that possible. It makes it possible for me to make a living doing science outreach full-time. This is how I fund my research and my fieldwork, by doing outreach, and I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. Yeah, have you seen long-legged chickens? I don't know if I have, Little Pink Pony. Huh. But yeah, and love the ontogeny poster. Thank you, Kawaii I made that back in 2013 for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. We'll be talking all about dinosaur ontogeny, I'm sure, when we're at the museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. That's kind of a particular area of research fascination for that museum and the paleontologists within it. So yeah, Marika, hello to you too. And let's see. And I'm doing well, Stadler and Waldorf. It's good to see you too. Let me scroll up to the top and say hello to everybody. We've got Golganek, Matt M33, Kodali, Salamander, Toddy Waddy, Diet of Beatus, Dino Dax, Racer FXX. How are you doing? Taking a look at the schedule there. We should look at that in a minute here too. Bush Doctor and Dr. Irrefutable. So many doctors here. Very well-educated chat. So many credentials. Germsgerm and Suave Oreo, Kawaii and TNT Gunblow. How are you doing? Sorry about that kerfuffle earlier, TNT Gunblow. If you're still watching, I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Wombat Hole, hello. Crimson Carnotaurus, what's shakin'? Mizart Rules, howdy. 55 Jazzy Cat. Got your errands done? Ready for Thursday BIRDSday? Yes. Nice. I'm excited too. Arid Ecan Wife. Hello, Arid. What's going on in your part of the world? Johnny Kilo and Squiggles the Gabo, Wombat Hole, and Can I HY? Danish Viking and Chaotic Time Traveler. How are you doing, Chaotic? Howdy. Nomad Soul and El Meta, Little Pink Pony. And Raputs. Where were the women in that video? So that was an all-male prison, San Quentin prison, which is actually pretty close to where I live, here in the sunny San Francisco Bay Area. San Quentin prison is actually right over there, near, I think it's in the town of Tiburon. Anywho, hello to you, Mini Pie. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, and Dr. Irrefutable, I did get a haircut. Got a haircut yesterday, I think. Was it yesterday? Was it the day before? It was yesterday, Wednesday. Yeah. Sorry, I've been very busy getting ready for this North Dakota trip, so time's getting away from me a little bit. Steely Dan and Victorious Pablo is on Twitch. Yeah. And RC Put says, remove the feathers from any bird, and you are left with a modern-day dinosaur. I would not recommend removing the feathers of any birds. It's not a nice way to treat a bird. But no, that's the thing, is that a lot of dinosaurs had feathers, too, so you don't even have to remove the feathers. Feathers are a dinosaur feature. Birds just inherited them. Feathers are evolutionary hand-me-downs from the dinosaurs. Feathers are a dinosaur thing, which is super cool. Kavastcraft, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to see you've returned. That makes me smile. Zote and Joshua Colossus. Hello, hello. Yeah. And Chatimo. Isn't that the black cat from the Jurassic Park parody? I'm not sure. This is Mini Pie. She's one of my landlords here. She is, she's eager for some attention, huh? I think Lordy might be taking a nap right now. And Ios is away at work, so I'm the only game in town, attention-wise. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. But yeah. Riley, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And Petrodactylus says, my mom sent me a video of a hawk ripping feathers off a pigeon. How dare that hawk? I mean, the hawk is not trying to be kind to that pigeon. You know, sometimes they do that. That's why they call them birds of prey, huh? It's not because they're particularly devout. It's because they prey on other creatures. Yeah. Mini Pie knows a thing or two about that. That's why we keep her inside. So she doesn't come home with, you know, squirming neighborhood children clutched between her jaws. Like, oh, gross, Mini Pie. What a mess. Oh, there's blood everywhere, you know? But yeah. Wish I could have seen it. Yeah, Petrodactylus. It's fascinating watching animals exhibit behaviors like that. The sort of thing that you would expect from like a nature documentary. Seeing that in your everyday life. So close to like human settlements or inhuman settlements. It seems like a privilege. But we don't let you do that, huh, Mini Pie? No. Not anymore. No, not since the incident with little Timmy. We don't talk about that anymore, do we? No. Anyway. But yeah. And Chatimo says, we appreciate that you stay on dinosaur and fossil stuff. We enjoy the break from the modern human view. Well, I mean, I think that perspective is really important, you know? In many ways, the past is the key to the present. If we want to understand what's going on in modern environments, if we want to have some kind of wisdom about how ecosystems work, how they change over time, what's the deal with extinction and evolution and all of that, we need fossil science to give us that information about what happened in the Earth's past. If you only look at stuff in the modern day, you're missing everything but the tip of the iceberg, you know? It's like Denver Fowler would always say, and I'm excited for you to meet Denver on Monday. Without paleontology, without looking into the ancient past to see how things have changed, it's like you're missing an entire axis on your graph, you know? You're missing your y-axis. Y-axis? Axis? Either one. You're missing one of those axes. That's no good. Yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus says the most recent bird video I've seen is a cockatoo showing up on the Australian flag for their national day. Very cool. Oh, hoisting up an Australian flag. That's actually pretty cool, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, and Australia's national day was the 26th, right? I wasn't streaming that day, or maybe we would have done a stream about it. That's also Roy Chapman Andrews Day. The birthday of famed explorer Roy Chapman Andrews, whose expeditions uncovered dinosaurs like Protoceratops and Oviraptor, Sauronithoides, and Velociraptor. Yeah. A little too gruesome. Oh yeah, that's fair, Petrodactylus. That's fair. Thank you. The y-axis. I guess delete down. Yeah. And Slick Toxic, you know, there's a lot of apex predators that we have here in my office. Most of them are not alive anymore, but Mini Pie here definitely is. And what do you say, Mini Pie? We get you some treats. Would you like that? What do you think? Would you like that? Alright, let's make that happen, huh? Okay. Yeah. Ooh. What could this be? Oh. Yeah. Oh. Look at those. I'm gonna take 1, 2 back. It's last time you ate, I think 3. Here. Ooh. Good stuff. Yeah, gotta pay those taxes there. Okay, Vast. Or else they'll get you. She'll get you. Yeah. Ooh, how's that? Dental treats. Good for your chompers, Mini Pie. Got those mammalian teeth, you gotta take care of them. You only get 2 sets, and you're already done with your first set. Yeah. Cats might have 9 lives, but they've only got 1 set of adult teeth. We gotta take care of those, Mini. Yeah. And Ms. Art Rule says, are they on a diet, the cats? Yeah, they're on a cat food only diet. So they're not allowed to eat filet mignon. They're not allowed to eat Kobe beef. They're not allowed to eat pork chops, anything like that. Yeah. Oh, you're just gonna leave the last treat there? I cut it down to 3 because I'm like, she'll eat 3, right? And then it's like she always has to leave at least 1. Oh, Mini Pie. Are they allowed to eat dinosaurs, though? They're not, Coisapod, no. No. These cats are only allowed to eat cat food. Which I'm pretty sure is made for cats. And not by cats or from cats. Do I have that right? I think so. No roast mouse with all the trimmings? No. We don't have that kind of money. Mouse meat, barnacle bone? What kind of a place do you think this is? You know? Yeah. One gets treats and always gives one directly to her sister. That's really sweet. Altruism in a cat? That's wild. That reminds me of... Here, I think my dad sent this to me a while ago. And I'd already seen it, so I didn't look at it. At least I think that's what it was. I was also really busy. But the one with the monkeys and the cucumbers. Yeah.
So...
Here. Take a look at this. This is some neat stuff. Speaking of animals and the way that they perceive the world and the way that that can inform the way that we see things. Take a look at this.
So a final experiment that I want to mention to you is our fairness study. And so this became a very famous study, and there's now many more, because after we did this about 10 years ago...
You prompted this, Jody Fish, with your comment there about the cat sharing the treats.
It became very well known. And we did that originally with capuchin monkeys, and I'm going to show you the first experiment that we did. It has now been done with dogs, and with birds, and with chimpanzees. But with Sarah Brosnan, we started out with capuchin monkeys. So what we did is we put 2 capuchin monkeys side by side. Again, these animals, they live in a group. They know each other. We take them out of the group, put them in a test chamber. And there's a very simple task that they need to do. And if you give both of them cucumber for the task, the 2 monkeys side by side, they're perfectly willing to do this 25 times in a row. So cucumber,
Nice.
even though it's really only water in my opinion, but cucumber is perfectly fine.
I really like cucumber. I don't know. Cucumbers can be really nice. I like to keep one in the fridge and then just cut off slices of it. And then if I make myself a bagel in the morning, cream cheese, put some slices of cucumber on there, put some crushed red pepper on it. It adds some texture. It just makes it more interesting. It's great, you know? I like cucumbers.
Fine for them. Now, if you give the partner grapes, the food preferences of my capuchin monkeys correspond exactly with the prices in the supermarket. And so if you give them grapes, that's a far better food, then you create inequity between them. So that's the experiment we did. Recently, we videotaped it with new monkeys who had never done the task, thinking that maybe they would have a stronger reaction, and that turned out to be right. The one on the left
That's interesting.
is the monkey who gets cucumber. The one on the right is the one who gets grapes. The one who gets cucumber, note that the first piece of cucumber is perfectly fine. The first piece she eats. Then she sees the other one getting grape, and you will see what happens.
Okay.
So she gives a rock to us, that's the task. And we give her a piece of cucumber, and she eats it. The other one needs to give a rock to us. And that's what she does.
A rock?
She gets a grape.
A grape?
And she eats it. The other one sees that. She gives a rock to us now, gets again cucumber.
No! Not fair. Not fair. Yeah.
She tests the rock now against the wall. She needs to give it to us. And she gets cucumber again.
Oh, boy.
So this is basically the Wall Street protest that you see here.
Anyway, good stuff. There's a link to that. My dad sent me that earlier this week. But yeah, not a happy month. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder about that with the cats and whether they prefer certain treats, or sometimes I wonder whether Moon Pie gets jealous that we're giving Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie treats, and then I try and give a treat to Moon Pie. She doesn't want to eat it. She's like, what is this? I don't want this. What? So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how non-human animals still have a sense of justice, a sense of fairness, especially when you get to non-human animals that are pretty close to humans, like our fellow primates, like capuchin monkeys. Oh yeah. And Slick Toxic says, if my boss tried to pay me in cucumbers, I'd lose it too. Yeah, but if your boss were to pay you in grapes, you'd be like, oh yeah. Yeah. And Petrodactylis says it's possible when training dogs, people can utilize a high value treat to super incentivize the dog to do a specific task. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And also, I think you can avoid treatflation by using a clicker, so that just that if the dog learns to associate that positive sound, or that it learns to associate that sound with positive feelings, with positivity, then you can avoid giving too many treats, and then the dog gets tired of the treats. So yeah. Anywho. And Axeman says, I noticed the monkey with the grapes never offered any to the upset monkey. I don't think they can actually... You know what? No, they had a cage between them, right? Well, it was... I think they could... Here. They could interact if they wanted to, huh? I don't think there was plexiglass between them. Yeah. Yeah. No offer to share. Capuchin monkey's selfish, apparently. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Steely Dan. Steely Dan says, boss makes $1, I make a grape. That's why I bang on my walls like an ape. True words. Steely Dan, that made me laugh. I appreciate you, Steely Dan. That was good. Anyway, everybody, yeah. We've got Thursday BIRDSday to do later. We've got a new paper on alvarezsaurs. These lovely little dinosaurs. We're going to be talking about these guys when we're in North Dakota, too. You're going to get to see Trirarchunkus, one of my very favorite dinosaurs. You'll be able to see that critter while we're there. We've got a brand new paper on these guys, on the group. Not a new kind of alvarezsaur, but a study of Bonapartenicus, which is an alvarezsaur from South America. So we'll be looking at that. Yeah, and then I've already got my bag packed, mostly packed. A few more things to add for our trip to North Dakota, and feeling good about that. There's still some other work that I've got to get done before I'm totally ready, but yeah, I'm excited. Leaving first thing tomorrow morning. Oh, and hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Where you going? Just turn around. But yeah, and we've also got a video to watch today too that just came out yesterday. Thank you. Is it Dr. Irrefutable who shared it? Pull that up. Yeah. Have a safe trip when you leave. Thank you, Ms. Argles. I appreciate that. And here she is, Ms. Sweetie Pie. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Hello, hello. What's going on with you? Yeah, she's like, oh, Mini Pie was here. I can smell it. And there were treats. And now I'm going to rub my face on the stuff in the pencil box. Yeah. You just stepped on a treat. Did you miss that? Look, Sweetie Pie. Look. Can you spot it? Can you find it? Let's see here. What? Where is it? Where is it? Do you see it? Oh. What, are you gonna get it? He's gonna stand there. No? You don't want it? Sweetie Pie. My goodness. What? Can you tell that Mini Pie left that one behind and didn't want to eat it? Is that what this is about? I'm gonna push the camera around now. Okay. Here. What if I get you a fresh one out of the bag? What do you think about that? Ooh. Yeah. Does this make it special? Do you prefer it this way? What do you think? Apparently, yes. Well. I will remember that. She's like, nope, I don't want the discarded treat. I want a new one. Okay, Sweetie Pie. Maybe it's wet? It wasn't wet, no. It was dry. Yeah. And yep, Dr. Tara, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you here. We will be talking about that paper. I was just mentioning that, the Bonapartenicus paper. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that is directly relevant to some of the stuff we'll be talking about in a few days in North Dakota, because it's an alvarezsaur, and we'll be seeing Montana's alvarezsaur when we're in North Dakota. I did not misspeak. A lot of the specimens that we'll be seeing in North Dakota at the museum are from Montana. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, thanks for being here, sweetie pie. And... let's check on our 3D printer too. Over here. Ooh, that file looks like it's almost done. Yeah. Winklebot says North Dakota is cold right now. Langdon was negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit the other day. That's nuts. I think the low is something like negative 10 while I'm there. But let's go ahead and let's take a look at a live cam from Dickinson, North Dakota. It's loading. This is one of the reasons why I'm bringing my satellite internet set up there, because the internet in North Dakota is notoriously slow. Yeah. Yeah, only a little bit of snow on the ground. Only here in the shadow of the trees there. I think this is Dickinson State University. In Dickinson, North Dakota. And there we go, the week ahead. Not Bismarck, we want Dickinson. Here. There we are. 44 degrees right now, which is really warm for this time of year. For North Dakota. But Monday and Tuesday, when I will be streaming, it's going to be a high of 2 degrees on Monday, and then a high of 3 degrees on Tuesday. Lovely. Winklebot says, it is warmed up now. You ever been to North Dakota? Have I ever been to North Dakota? Have I ever been to North Dakota? This is going to be my, I think, 7th time going. My 2nd time within the last year. But yeah, we'll be visiting the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. My old crew chief, Denver Fowler, is curator of paleontology at the museum. And I took him there for 2 rounds of job interviews back in 2015 and 2016, I think it was. So yeah. The cold never bothered him anyway. It's true, Mazart rules. I have learned to let it go. Despite having grown up in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, I've spent a lot of time in the Rocky Mountain West, particularly in Montana. I lived in Bozeman for the better part of a decade, year-round. It gets cold there, like negative 40 degrees sometimes, and yeah, I don't know. My body tends to run pretty hot anyway, so it's not really a big concern for me. But I'm still packing some long pants and a jacket, a scarf and stuff. Should probably get some gloves too. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And you'll be out west, says Winklebot. No, I'm gonna be out east. Anytime I go to Montana or North Dakota or Wyoming or Utah, I say I'm going back east. Because that is east of where I live. Yeah. Live near Moscow. Cold is just part of life. Moscow, Montana. Really, cheerful bloke. It's a very small town. Cool stuff. They call it Moscow, though. They don't call it Moscow. It's called Moscow. Siberian level wind and cold air. Yeah, Winklebot. One of my roommates at my old apartment was from Fargo. Or from near Fargo, at least. But yeah, oh man. I think the further east you go, and the further north you go in North Dakota, the colder it gets, oftentimes. Yeah. Not USA's Moscow, though. Oh, cheerful bloke. Moscow, Russia. Very cool. Also not a place that's famous for its warm temperatures. It's pretty cold there. So I've been told. Yeah. There's no cow in Moscow. Yeah. The cow froze, unfortunately. There is, however, a cow in North Dakota. Her name is Salem Sue. The world's largest Holstein cow. I got a chance to see Salem Sue in person when I was in North Dakota back in October. The big Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, our big meeting that we have every year as vertebrate paleontologists, was held in Minneapolis, Minnesota, this past year. And sometimes usually there are pre-meeting field trips that you can sign up for. So you show up a few days early in a different place. You hang out with some other paleontologists, you visit some fossil sites and some museums, and then you go from there to where the conference is going to be at. So I flew into Bismarck, North Dakota at the end of October, and got to hang out with a bunch of paleontologists there. Drove all over the state, visiting different fossil sites. And one day we stopped for lunch right there in New Salem, North Dakota. New Salem, right? Yeah, there she is. She's pretty big. Salem Sue. Yeah. I didn't feel like I was taking good pictures. Look at that vascularity. My goodness. It was really funny to me. The sculptor, the people who created this, they're like, yeah, this is a really important detail. We really need to add this here. You know? You have one of those? You have a vein like that, Kodali? Holy moly. Yeah. The cool thing is, there is actually a fossil organism named after Salem Sue. It's called here we go. Here's the article for Salem Sue right there. The world's largest Holstein cow. There's a link if you want to read about her. This is east of Dickinson, so I'm not going to be seeing Salem Sue on this trip. But the genus of fossil plant Susia is named after Salem Sue. So this is a species of plant occurred in the late Paleocene period of North Dakota. It is monospecific within the genus Susia. It is related to water lilies, right? Nymphaceae. So Nymphaceae, I'm pretty sure, are water lilies, right? Yeah, water lilies. Bingo. So we've got a species of water lily from a fossil plant locality not too far from where Salem Sue is, and it's been named after her. This is from the late Paleocene. Late Paleocene, not Paleogene, right? Yeah, late Paleocene. Thank you, Winklebot, for the follow. Yeah. So the Paleocene is just after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. So, Mesozoic era, dinosaurs first evolved right here in the Triassic period, about 240 million years ago, right about there, give or take. Dinosaurs really take over the Earth at the beginning of the Jurassic, and they hold on to it until the end of the Cretaceous period, just 66 million years ago. The Paleocene is the first stage within the Paleogean period of the Cenozoic, the age of mammals. And so Susia is from this time slot right here, the Thanetian stage of the Paleocene period. That make sense? Anywho. And Yakman says, maybe Sue is powering up like in Dragon Ball Z. That's why her veins are popping out like that. I'm sure that's the case. In a few years, the people of New Salem, South Dakota are going to have to probably evacuate. She's just going to start glowing at night, and then just, who knows what'll happen. But yeah, Salem Sioux. In New Salem, North Dakota. Population of 973. It's a big town. Wow. Metropolis. By North Dakota standards. A Paleocene girl, says Steely Dan. There you go. Yeah. They really put the art in Artiodactyl, says Kawaii. Indeed they did. Again, look at that. Nuts. I see some of my colleagues over there eating lunch at the picnic table. And I'm like, nope, I gotta photograph these cow veins. She's there to protect the people, says Dino Dex. Yes. Whenever the people of New Salem, North Dakota are threatened, Salem Sioux will come to their aid. She's almost a Godzilla-like figure, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Really excited to go to North Dakota next week. I wonder if... I don't know. I kind of doubt they have any specimens of Susia at the museum, but that would be pretty cool. You could make a neat display about that. Boba Bink says, all the fancy places you go as a paleontologist. Oh, yeah. You know, you eat the finest food out of an aluminum can. You visit the most cosmopolitan of places, the most, you know, the most famous and storied of locales, like New Salem, North Dakota. It really is a life of luxury, you know? You get to sleep on the ground for several months out of every year. You get bitten by so many different kinds of fascinating insects. I'm a lucky guy. I really am. Yeah. Finest cuisine, ramen and PBJ sandwiches. Yeah, well, usually just PB for me. The jelly sometimes requires refrigeration, and so that's not always tenable. Usually it's just peanut butter sandwiches. But still, you know, spared no expense. You're going to the International House of Pancakes. Well, Lauren. My goodness. Enjoy. Let me know if you see any heads of state dining there. Yeah, don't forget your passports. Small machine. There you go. Yeah, the Domestic House of Pancakes is so mid. Yeah. What about Intergalactic House of Pancakes? You go in there and it's like the Mos Eisley Cantina, you know? Yeah. That song. Hang on just a moment here. Stand by. Interesting how peanut butter doesn't go off without refrigeration. Yeah, that's one of the reasons it's a staple of fieldwork cuisine. Richard Hive of Scum and Villainy, what's their Google star rating? I'm not sure if they're listed, Slick Toxic, yeah. And I thought half the point of jelly was that it was too sugar saturated to go bad. You know, I'm not sure, Lauren, actually. Did we not have jelly back in the day just because it was too expensive? I'm not sure. Yeah. There you go, Caravan, yeah. Plenty of sugar. Yeah, you're probably right. Like honey, yeah. Well, maybe I was lied to. Maybe the reason we didn't have jelly wasn't because it would go bad. Maybe it was because we couldn't afford it. And my crew chiefs didn't have the heart to tell me. You know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Why don't we get into that paper that we should probably be discussing? Bonapartenicus. This is not a new dinosaur, but it's still exciting. Part 1, because the paper itself is open access, which you know we love. There we go.
Access granted.
The journal PLOS 1, Public Library of Science, is what PLOS stands for. It's not as prestigious a journal as, say, Nature or Science or PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, PNAS, but it does have a less silly name. So it's got that going for it. I actually really like PLOS 1 as a journal. I might be publishing it sometime soon. We'll see. But, yeah. The title is New Information on Bonapartenicus. Before we dive into this, I'll give you a link right here, and I'll tell you what these animals are all about. Alvarezsaurs are this group of dinosaurs that were kind of mysterious to start with. Do I have that? Let me see if I've got that magazine over here from 1993. Talking about these. It was, Time magazine, I think? Let me look here. Because this should be instructive. I don't know if I have that at the ready. Drat. Not in there. Let me just over here real quick. Curses and maledictions. I don't have that at the ready. But I can show you an image of it from Image Search. (1993). There we go. The truth about dinosaurs. On the cover of Time magazine, Mononychus. This kind of really bizarre little dinosaur, which, at the time, it was thought this critter's probably actually a bird, but it also looks extraordinarily dinosaur-like. It was another clue at the time that birds evolved from dinosaurs, which at that time, that was still kind of a controversial idea. Not all paleontologists agreed that that was what was going on. Not all dinosaur workers agreed that birds were living dinosaurs. Helveticus says, I love that rendering. Me too. That's why I got a copy of this. And now I don't know where it went. But within the text, there's I actually really like this idea. Time magazine, when this came out, they're trying to bring the public up to date on what dinosaurs are like before Jurassic Park came out. There was an understanding that Jurassic Park was going to be a huge movie. And it turned out it was. At the time, it was the highest grossing film ever. It broke all kinds of records. It made more money than any other movie up until that time. It was a cultural phenomenon. And I love the little upturned mouth. It looks like he's smiling right there. But there's feathers on this critter. They're kind of subtle, but if you look at the tails on the Mononychus behind, you can see those feathers. Meet Mononychus, a new link between dinosaurs and birds. These critters are really fascinating animals. Nowadays, we've got fossils of multiple members of this group, from Asia, from South America, and now from North America, too. The paper we're going to be looking at today is about a South American one. But this is a general body plan for what these critters are like. This is a slight caricature. It slightly overemphasizes some of the key features, like those claws there. But these guys are wild. It's a little dinosaur, about the size of a goose, maybe. It's got these long, stilty legs, fairly long tail, covered with feathers, this very flexible neck, a mouth that's almost beak-like. I don't know if it would have had keratin over it, like a bird beak, but it was toothless, or at least close to toothless. They had, when these guys do have teeth, they've got very simple, almost peg-like teeth. And they've got these extremely short, extremely reduced, but extremely robust arms. Really crazy. Dinodaxis, didn't you work on a dino like this? I did. We're going to get to that. Yeah, and we'll be looking at that dinosaur when we're in North Dakota on Monday and Tuesday. I'm super excited for that. But yeah, really cool, weird creature. There's a whole family of dinosaurs like this. The alvarezsaurs. And they've all got this same basic kind of body plan. Oh, hello, Steve. They tend to be fairly small. Yeah, there's one reconstructed like a kiwi bird. I like that a lot. Oh, here's ours. Triararchuncus. We'll be looking at this critter in person. At this model in person, in fact, when we're in Dickinson. Yeah. These guys. Somebody made a video about them. Let's take a look at this.
Okay. So dinosaurs are usually seen as the ultimate animals, either because of their huge size, claws and jaws, or rogues gallery of spikes and horns. But of course, they're not all like this. And we'll actually focus on one of these lesser-known types of dinosaurs, the alvarezsauroids. And although they might not be the most intimidating creatures, they are still very weird and fascinating in their own way. First off, let's give a quick icebreaker for alvarezsauroids. They were rather small for dinosaurs, with most species like Mononychus or Alvarezsaurus being about a meter in length, with some of the larger ones like Haplocyrus.
Haplocyrus is from the very beginning of the lineage.
Almost all have been found on the continents of Asia and South America. However, a new species known as Triararchuncus crariensis has recently been found and described in North America, living alongside legendary dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. Alvarezsauroids are rather bird-like in appearance, having slender bodies with long legs. Their snouts were elongated and tube-shaped, with many small teeth. And due to a fossil of the Alvarezsauroid Shibuya having feathers, we know that presumably all of these animals were covered in at minimum light plumage, which may seem weird. However, the more we learn about dinosaurs, the less and less this seems to be an uncommon feature.
Yeah, feathers do seem to be prevalent across not just Theropoda, but maybe the Ornithischia too. Yeah. Anyhow, so they break Cope's rule, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. They do seem to get smaller over time. Dinosaurs like Haplokyrus, one of the ancestors of the alvarezsaurs, an ancestral alvarezsaur, I should say, is also like one of the biggest ones, maybe the biggest one. So yeah. Good noticing there, Charlie's Dragon. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Sweetie pie. What? What do you want? What's going on? What's going on with you? Huh? What do you seek, sweetie? Oh. What are you looking for? You looking for attention or are you looking for treats? I wish you would just use your words, you know? We talked about this, sweetie pie. We talked about this. All right. Do you want some treats? I wish you would sit on my lap and not right in front of the camera, but you kind of learned. I've conditioned you that when you stand in front of the camera, I give you treats. So, yeah, you're just gonna do that now, aren't you? It's like you're extorting me. Yeah. Here, let's get you some more treats, huh? In fact, let's see if we can spice this up a little bit. Let's take the junk food treats and we'll mix them in with the dental treats. Just to make things a little bit more interesting. Oh. There we are. Let's try that. Make a nice treat smoothie here for you. A nice mixed salad of treats. What do you think of that? There we go. Okay. Ready? Wow, look at all those. This one fell on the ground. There's another. Good stuff. Yeah. She's conditioned you to give her treats when she stands in front of the camera. This is true. Yeah. It's my own fault, you know? It's my own fault, sweetie pie. I do love how she just hijacks the stream sometimes, you know? She's like, hey everybody, it's sweetie time. Drop everything. Let's pay attention to me. Let me stand in front of the camera. But we love you, sweetie pie. We really do. We are at your beck and call. Wow, Big Crunch is there. She has such nice socks. She really does, Germs. She really does. And she is very much a sweetie pie. That's how she got her name, believe it or not. Yeah. It's a good descriptive name for her, because she's very sweet. Alright, she's a sweetie pie. Yeah, she doesn't really like when I pet her while she's eating. Let me focus. I'm trying to do this, okay? Alright. Yeah. And Helvetica Scenario says it's her stream. She simply allows you to paleontologize. You know, you are not wrong. It's true. You've left all these treats on here. Here, can I put them on the ground for you? Gross. Cat slobber. Oh. Here, before we continue, one of our prints is done. Let's go work on that. Let's go pull that off the print bed and get another one going here. Piece of our Tyrannosaurus now complete. Let's put another one going. There we go. I did both of those. Let's see here. Come on now. Why is this taking forever? Oh, that might be the really big file. Shoot. Try that one instead. There we go. Now it's going. That's a large file. You know what? That'll be perfect, though. No, it won't. Shoot, this is the one that we couldn't get to fit. But there's a way around that. We'll do this. Yeah, actually, we'll cut it up. Just like that. Lower part. Let's do it like that. I think this might actually make more sense. There we go. We'll go ahead and export that. There we go. That should take 8 hours, 45 minutes. There. Now, whoop. What we're going to do is reverse that process, keep the upper part, from there. I think it might make more sense. Yeah, if we print it like that. Let's try it. There we go, not too shabby. And let's export that one as well. Beautiful. 8 hours from now, 10 something. We want to do the shorter one first so I can change it out. Okay, cool. There we go. Good to go. Put that in the printed folder. Let's plug this thing in. Excellent. There it goes. Beautiful. Anywho, and I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but I'm gonna say it again. what I'm printing is this. A life-size Tyrannosaurus skull. This is the Maximus skull, which unfortunately was sold at a private auction, and I don't think is available for scientific study now. I think it's basically lost to science, but somehow files of a scan, really looks like a scan, of this skull became available online, and I snapped those up, and I'm now currently 3D printing this. Almost done. We've got about 19 parts left now to print out of about 190 parts that we started with. Something like that anyway. How many parts were there? I don't know. It'll take me a minute to figure out. That's not going to be exciting to watch. The lower jaw is already complete. Here. Let me go get it so you can see. Oh boy. It's on the large side for sure. Full-size adult Tyrannosaurus lower jaws. It's so big that I can fit in between the jaws like this. This is just the lower jaws right here, mind you. The skull is even bigger than this. It's yeah. It's pretty exciting. I don't really have a place to put this. It's so big. So it's been sitting on the other side of my bed. I do have a large bed. So I've just been sleeping next to it every night. Because again, I don't have a ton of space in here. But yeah. I've got a big bin full of other parts not yet assembled. When I get back from North Dakota at some point, we'll do a stream where I assemble that live. I think it'll be pretty impressive. But yeah. I said I don't really have a place to put this, and that's... I've got enough time to store it until it reaches its forever home, until it gets delivered. Until it gets delivered here.
Museum.
To the Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont, California.
Both hands on here.
This one goes right here.
Do you see the hoops? Yes.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is a place to see.
It's a squid. Yeah, that's totally a squid.
And touch
What are these up?
local history.
They can see the things, the animals that lived here a million years ago, 100,000 years ago.
And this one goes right here.
There you go.
Fossils, animals, minerals,
Yeah.
astronomy, and more.
We're loving it. The kids are having a lot of fun. It's nice to be able to come here and touch and feel things and interact with the museum.
Did you get shocked?
Yeah, that's it.
What do we have in
D.
here?
Dr. Who says shipping will cost a fortune. It will not cost a fortune because I'm driving it myself. This is here in the Bay Area. You know, about 20 or 30 miles from where I live. So I'll be taking this in the old Toyota Prius. And, yeah. If I didn't have well-tinted windows, I'm sure lots of people would be doing double takes, but they won't be able to see it inside.
A lot of good
Yeah.
things here.
Toilet Gator says, this is how you make new scientists? It's true.
That are
Yeah.
really cool.
What's really cool is talking with boy paleontologist Philip Gordon. Some of his father Wesley's collection is housed here. Wesley Gordon was a Hayward teacher. He and his group of boy paleontologists, which included his son Philip, spent about 15 years discovering fossils in the area.
Need pics once you get it loaded? Oh, you bet, Lenina. Yeah.
Alameda County, rocks, minerals, and some of those minerals turned out to be fossils.
They found tens of thousands of fossils. Most went to UC Berkeley, but are not on public display. Some were given to the Math Science Nucleus, an educational nonprofit that manages the Children's Natural History Museum. Individual donors and organizations have also contributed specimens to the museum so kids can learn and be inspired.
To have them get something out of it, to get them started, to see something extraordinary, and maybe they'll want to learn about it, learn more about things. That's what we really want to have happen here.
That's what I'm trying to do. Can't wait to get that delivered. It is going to be awesome. And so I'm hoping, right now I'm trying to sell the people in charge of the museum on the idea of turning this into a display about ontogeny. Can we hear it from the chat? Turn it into a display about...
Tradoon.
Not Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Thank you, Circules. Yes, indeed. Yeah, about ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
About how dinosaurs changed as they grew and developed, because sometimes it's really dramatic. Like in the case of tyrannosaurs, we talked about this the other day. Yeah. A dinosaur like T-Rex starts off pretty small. Actually, way smaller than this. They hatched out of an egg. No bigger than that. But then as they grow and mature, their bodies go through some pretty dramatic transformations. Their skulls in particular look very, very different from the time that they're young to the time that they're full grown. To the point where they really do look like they're different kinds of dinosaurs. They look like they're different species, different genera, maybe even different families at different stages of growth. But nope, same animal, different growth stage. So the idea is to put the adult skull next to that of a little bitty juvenile, like this one here, and then a teenage-sized T-Rex. This one here, about that growth stage there. Yeah. And then the adult skull. Then the adult skull next to it. And I might even do... One of these days, I'm going to sit down and dedicate just a whole day to teaching myself how to use Blender, the 3D modeling software. And I'm going to sculpt a Tyrannosaurus embryo inside of an egg. And that way I can put it alongside the little baby and the teenager and the adult. And an embryo too. And we can really tell that story of dinosaur ontogeny in a display. I think that'll be really, really cool. Oh yeah. Yeah. You like that idea, Charlie's Dragon? Me too. Yeah. And I might even do the sculpting live on stream. We'll see. Yakman says, those teenage Rexes with their loud music and their fast cars, yeah. And their, their lanky gait, their long legs, life in the fast lane. The juvenile, or teenage Tyrannosaurus. But look how much they bulk up here at that growth stage. It's nuts. Again, I'll pull up that clip with Greg Erickson here.
Kind of funny. I mean,
They are, Antiskew. They are. Thank you for the follow. What? Yeah, Crimson Carnotaurus says, no more getting Pachycephalosaurus, Thessaliosaurus, and Ornithomimus from the kids menu. Time to get some Triceratops and Edmontosaurus like a big boy. Yeah. So the kinds of dinosaurs that these guys are chowing down on, that's certainly changing through ontogeny. I'll give you a link if you want to watch this whole program called T-Rex Uncovered. T-Rex Uncovered. The ultimate apex predator. Everybody loves Tyrannosaurus, whether they like to admit it or not. It is. It's a supremely interesting dinosaur because there's so many superlatives about it. Tyrannosaurus is the last of the tyrannosaurs. It's the biggest of the tyrannosaurs. It's the tyrannosaur that we probably have the most specimens of. It's the best studied of the tyrannosaurs. There's a lot of records that critter holds. And it's one of the biggest meat-eating dinosaurs that ever lived. It's kind of tied for first in a lot of ways. Even though it might be not as long as Spinosaurus, or maybe not even as long as Giganotosaurus or Mapusaurus or something like that, it's still heavier than those other dinosaurs. So in terms of mass, it's still bigger. In a lot of ways, Tyrannosaurus is the biggest meat-eating dinosaur. And it seems to be kind of, maybe, kind of bumping its head up against, like, the physical limits for how big a terrestrial meat-eating animal can be. Because nothing since then has even come close. The biggest terrestrial meat-eating mammal of all time is probably Arctodus, often called the short-faced bear. And, you know, it's big, but it's not gargantuan or anything. Yeah. Coastal giant short-faced bear. There we go. Arctodus simus yukonensis. There might be some, like, high-latitude gigantism going on there. But yeah, I mean, compare that to, do we have any side-by-sides? Yeah, there we go. Compare those two. Not even close. Just the head of Tyrannosaurus is almost as large as the whole short-faced bear, you know? Wild to think about. Wild. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says the largest Cenozoic terrestrial predator is Barinasuchus, a crocodilomorph, really? Barinasuchus. Did this get heavier than Arctodus? This is a great song, Lenina, yeah. Yeah. You know, that's not a small animal, certainly. But again, we don't really have a direct comparison between that and Tyrannosaurus, but yeah. Anyway, if we're comparing dinosaurs and mammals, at least. And yeah. Wild. And Sedulo says, I have a question. Why animals seem to get smaller as time passes? Ooh. Sedulo, I'm glad you asked that question, because that's a common, very common misperception. All things being equal, creatures tend to get larger over time. Yeah. Population lineages tend to increase in body size over evolutionary time. I think the reason why a lot of people think that animals have gotten smaller since, well, kind of coming up to recent times is it's because the big animals got killed off very recently. Which is sad to think about, but it's true. Up until just a few thousand years ago, we had huge animals walking around here in North America. You had things like Columbian mammoths that were significantly larger than today's elephants. They were walking around here in North America. You had gigantic camels, giant bison, American lions that were like twice the size of an African lion today. Huge ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves, which are not actually wolves, but they're a kind of like dog relative that, a little bit bigger than today's like timber wolves. A little bit bigger, I think. I want to say it's subtle. But anyway, all of these creatures existed very, very recently here in North America. Up until like 10 or 12,000 years ago. Humans arrive around the same time that these guys go extinct. All of these animals here went extinct. Those giant bison, those dire wolves, those American horses, those ground sloths, those saber-toothed cats, those camels, those Columbian mammoths. And you've got the same pattern around the world. You've got the same pattern in Australia. You had wombats the size of a rhinoceros. You had kangaroos that were like 8 feet tall. You had giant Komodo dragon-like lizards walking around. It would have been like over 20 feet long. You had huge flightless birds. And again, they go extinct not too long after people show up. So the reason why we're kind of impoverished nowadays in terms of huge animals walking around, it's our own darn fault. Quite possibly. So we call this the end Pleistocene megafaunal extinction. The late Pleistocene extinctions here. There's an ongoing debate among Pleistocene paleontologists who study these critters. And again, this is last Thursday, geologically speaking. It's super, super recent. Life on Earth originated like probably about 3 or 4 billion years ago. And we scroll all the way up through here. Dinosaurs first evolved about 240 million years ago. They do their thing and then they go extinct, except for the birds, 66 million years ago. Then you have the age of mammals starting 66 million years ago and continuing until the present. The Pleistocene is this tiny little sliver up here. Again, a ton of Earth history all throughout here. And then the Pleistocene is super, super, super recent right there. If you were to take the history of life on Earth and compress it into a single year, the Pleistocene would be like, it'd be like a few minutes to midnight on New Year's Eve. It's the very, 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 very tail end. So again, these creatures died out very, very recently. There's 2 leading hypotheses as to why that happened. One is that, it's this interglacial period in between ice ages and the Earth got warm and then these critters all died. Which, I'm sure they would have been stressed in their environments. Earth conditions are changing faster than some creatures can adapt, all that. But the thing is, these animals survived a lot of interglacial periods in the past. The climate fluctuated a lot in between ice ages. It got cold and it got warm, and it got cold and it got warm over a few million years. And you don't see these mass extinctions until human beings show up. Until human beings evolve in Africa and then spread out across the globe. And as soon as they start showing up on these other continents, as soon as human beings start spreading out across the globe, it's almost like, they show up in Western Europe, and then Mammoths and other species start to become less common, and then they disappear. Humans make their way into Asia, and then down into Oceania, down into New Guinea and Australia, and then you get the extinction of those animals. Then humans make it across the Bering Strait into North America, and the megafauna there disappears. And then humans make their way down into South America, and then you get the megafauna there disappearing. I don't really work on Pleistocene stuff, at least not yet. I might be doing some of that in the future, given some projects I'm working on here in the Bay Area. But I don't know. I'm a dinosaur guy, so what I think about the Pleistocene extinctions, who cares? I'm not a specialist in that area. I don't actively work in that particular part of the field of paleontology. But man, to me, it really seems like it was our doing, you know? But again, my opinion isn't worth that much. I don't actually work on Pleistocene stuff. So who cares what I think? But yeah. But yeah, and Hylocomium says, one confounding thought. Climate change allowed humans to expand at the same time. It caused megafaunal extinctions. The arrival of people at the time of extinction was coincidence. That's been argued, Hylocomium, but it doesn't seem to actually line up with the real pattern. So climate change is a global thing. If we're talking about like interglacial periods and Earth's temperatures rising, they rise at different rates in different places, but overall, the global temperature goes up. The extinction pattern that we see across the globe doesn't have that same pattern. Humans first evolved in Africa, and in Africa you have the fewest megafaunal extinctions. You've still got animals like rhinoceros, and elephants, and giraffes, and hippos and stuff in Africa. They're still there. And so the idea is that them evolving alongside people kind of gave them time to realize that, like, oh shoot, these people are bad news, and we're going to evolve instincts, behaviors, habits that keep us away from those people. We can learn to kind of coexist with them and stay away from them, you know? That's not true for other places. Like Australia, for instance, just wiped out. The whole megafauna of Australia just gone. Same with South America, same with North America. When human beings kind of make their way into these sort of more isolated continents, it's just a blitzkrieg, you know? And the pattern of extinction doesn't line up with the global temperature changes throughout the Pleistocene, it seems. It's not like the species are all going extinct all around the world at the same time as the climate is changing everywhere. It's only after humans show up. So humans first arriving up here, and then these creatures go extinct, and then moving out across Asia. Well, there's a lot more space. Creatures had more time to adapt, that kind of thing. The extinctions are not as severe here. By the way, this is meant to show the proportion of large extinct mammal species in each country during the last 132,000 years. Only counting extinctions earlier than 1,000 years before present. So basically, the redder this is, the more severe the extinctions are, the higher percentage of species went extinct. This doesn't match like a climactic pattern, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. But I don't know. Again, I don't work on Pleistocene stuff, and so I can't argue this strenuously because, honestly, who cares what I think? Because I don't work on Pleistocene stuff. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says even the light blue didn't get off lightly. Lions and elephants used to be way more widespread back in the day. Oh yeah. Especially in Asia, like you said, for sure. I Everything's bigger in Texas, including the extinction, says Frozen Yak. Yeah, that is particularly red right there, for sure. Yeah. Texas used to be a hotbed of animal diversity. Yeah. So many different species of sloth, and proboscideans, and elephants, and horses, and camels, and all kinds of critters, and now gone. Yeah.
Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we
Oh, wow,
capture
wow.
the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
Ms. Mau Maus.
And their 29 children are walking through that gateway right now.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Hello, hello. Ms. Mau Maus, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Monster King, hello to you. Tell me how your stream went. If you wouldn't mind sharing, hello to you too, Ms. Mau Maus. How are things? If anybody's here for the first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Thank you, Ms. Mau Maus, for the kind words and for the follow. It's good to have you here. Yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs, and I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs during the summer, and I stream it here on Twitch. Really looking forward to doing some more field streams in a few months. But, and Beliscow, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. And just painting. Oh, nice. I hope it was productive and relaxing. And I love dinosaurs. I'm all here for it. Excellent, Miss Mau Maus. Well, yeah. And literature, like reading, sounds scary, says Douglas Quaid. The scientific literature, you know, stuff like this. Let me pull up that paper. There we go. It's a dinosaur that we're going to be talking about today and early next week, too. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. There's me right there in the author list. This is a new alvarezsaur dinosaur that my crew described from Montana. We were just talking about alvarezsaurs before we went off on a tangent about Pleistocene extinctions, but yeah, we were talking about alvarezsaurs. Look at that claw right there. Nice. Jack Wilson found that, and that's kind of what allowed us to finally name this critter. This is a really interesting...
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
Really interesting kind of dinosaur. Would it look something like this? And then here's my sculpt back here too. We'll look at that in a minute. It's partly inspired by this illustration. Kind of a caricature. The claws are slightly oversized just to emphasize what's going on with this critter. But look at that. What a weird creature,
But the
you know?
paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Yeah, this is Mononychus, which is another member of the same family. Same kind of dinosaur as our Trirarchuncus from Montana. Long, stilty legs, very flexible neck, kind of tube-shaped snout. We don't know whether or not these guys had teeth, I don't think, but for Mononychus in particular, but some members of this family maybe don't have teeth, and some of them have very simple peg-like teeth, almost like you see in an anteater or something. Or other, like, insect-eating animal. Covered in feathers. They're very closely related to birds. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, by the way. Birds evolved from feathered dinosaurs that looked a lot like this. Yeah, these are really weird, cool critters. And a new paper just came out today, I think, about a member of this family. Here, take a look at this clip. Get a sense for what these animals were like.
Mononicus is a desert specialist.
Oh.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace.
Helvetica scenario.
In fact,
Thank
in a
you.
world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Thank you, Helvetica, for the prime sub there. I appreciate it very much. Good stuff. Yeah. Murph says, how much do we have of the skeleton? For which critter, Murph? For which one? For Mononicus, we've got a good deal of it. There's a reproduction at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. But the original, there we go, is in Mongolia, I think. So I don't think we have a skull for Mononicus. But we've got forelimbs, femurs. We've got much of the axial skeleton and a good bit of the appendicular skeleton too, including those incredibly weird short arms. Oh, for Mononicus? Yeah. Mononicus nowadays is actually spelled with a K instead of a CH. It's kind of a funny story. It was originally published with a CH. In fact, you see that in, where did that go? There we go. You see, oh. You see that in, like, this Time magazine cover from 1993. Meet Mononicus, that's with a CH right there. It was discovered soon thereafter that Mononicus, that name was already taken. It was taken by a beetle, I think. So rather than giving it a completely different name, they just changed the spelling. So that way it would be unique. Mononicus was originally named Mononicus with a CH in 1993, but later that year it was renamed because the original name had already been used for a beetle named by Johann Schiepel, a German entomologist, insect scientist. Yeah, but it turns out, looks like a weevil, actually, which is a specific kind of beetle. A seed weevil. There you go. With the beetles. Looks very small. Anyway, so they had to change the name. So they just changed it from a CH to a K. And there's the paper right there in Letters to Nature. Flightless bird from the Cretaceous of Mongolia. At the time, they thought it was a bird. It's so incredibly bird-like that they're like, yeah, we're gonna say it's a bird. It has been brought to our attention by Ben Chrysler that the genus name Mononicus, the name means one claw, used to refer to the new flightless Cretaceous bird. Turns out it's probably not a bird, it's just a very bird-like dinosaur. And our letter to nature is preoccupied by the coleopteran beetle, Mononicus, Schiepel 1824. Holy cow. We therefore proposed a replacement Mononicus for this genus, whose type species is Mononicus holocranus. K-U-S instead of C-H. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Just in time for the bug. Yeah, Kawaii Yeah, Science Streams. Are you streaming right now, or are you watching? I don't want to distract you too much. But this dinosaur, Mononicus. Watching. All right. It was originally spelled Mononicus with a CH. There we go. Mononicus. It was on the cover of Time magazine in 1993. Mononychus, Mononychus. And then it turned out, oh shoot, that name was already being used for a beetle. Named in 1824. There's so many different beetles. There's such a speciose group. Like, Coleoptera. You're just got so many taxa. And so they just changed the name to Mononychus with a K instead of a CH, and it's been that way ever since. So that's this critter here.
Mononychus is a desert specialist. Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
Pretty modern understanding of what we think these critters looked like and how they behave.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus.
Shing!
Single giant claw. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
Yum, yum.
And she has another special piece of equipment.
Yeah.
A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
She's an action figure of this dinosaur. Very cool science.
An
Very
excellent
cool.
protein-packed meal.
Yeah.
If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Were there termites back then? Yes, Ms. Art Rules, yes. Yeah. We don't have evidence that termites actually had these big mounds like you see in like you see in some reconstructions. Like there's a Lewis Ray reconstruction. Where is that? Mononychus. Here we go. Yeah, of it, like, you know, tearing into the side of a termite mound. We don't have evidence that termites built these big termite mounds, termite castles back then. But they would have lived in logs and trees and stuff like that, you know? So yeah. Bondulator says, how is it determined what the length of their tongue is? I don't think we actually have good evidence of that. I think that was purely speculative in that clip. You could maybe try and infer the length of the tongue based on proportions of the proximal parts of the lower jaw, or maybe if you have to find a hyoid bone or something. But I don't think we have that for Mononychus or for other alvarezsaurs. So I think that was just a speculative thing. But it would make sense. Yeah. Oh, and Crimson Carnotaurus is asking the same question. Yeah. But yeah. I've seen it pointed out that using the EPB, dinosaurs wouldn't have had such mammalian tongues, says Salamander. Well, I mean, lots of birds today have crazy long tongues. Think about a woodpecker, for instance. Yeah. Crazy tongues on these guys. The woodpecker tongues are surprisingly long, which is great for digging out hidden prey. But where do they keep these long tongues in their brains?
Some woodpeckers have tongues up to 10 centimeters long, a third of their total body length. The tongue is wrapped around a specialized set of bones and muscles called a hyoid apparatus.
Oh, never mind.
It anchors at the front of the skull in the upper beak, splits into a V between the eyes, and wraps completely around the woodpecker's skull, passing over the top and around the back.
Nuts.
Before meeting up again at the base of the lower beak. The apparatus allows the woodpecker to extend, suspend, and move their tongue to reach and extract food from deep inside the trees. Having its tongue wrapped around the back of the skull also acts as a stabilizer and shock absorber, helping to protect the bird during high-impact pecking. It's just one of many unique adaptations that allow woodpeckers to feed the way that they do.
Pretty darn cool. So again, let's look at that hyoid bone. It is insane. So in humans, we talked about this the other day, but we'll review it. Because sometimes repetition is the key to the retention of information. Sometimes repetition is the key to the retention of information. So the hyoid bone in humans, it's under here. It's kind of a free-floating bone, up like in your throat. Right there. Pretty delicate bone. I talked about this last time. If you're a fan of like all those dreadful procedural dramas about crime and stuff like that, fan of those shows. Anyway, but if you like those, you're probably familiar with this bone, because this is one of the bones that gets broken oftentimes if somebody gets strangled to death. The hyoid bone is just kind of free floating in there, and it tends to be fairly delicate. Yeah. Slick Toxic says, repetition is the key to the retention of information, you say? Yeah, repetition is sometimes the key to the retention of information. Anyway, the birds are dead. I love that bullet, yes. What does the bone do in humans? Yeah, that's a good question. It's related to, I think, our vocal apparatus and probably our tongue, too. Hyoid bone. The lingual bone, or tongue bone, is a horseshoe-shaped bone situated in the anterior middle of the neck between the chin and the thyroid cartilage. Yeah. It's the only bone in the human body that's not connected to any other bones. What about the patella? Do they say the patella is connected to the femur and the tibia? They probably do. It provides attachment to the muscles of the floor of the mouth and the tongue above, the larynx below, and the epiglottis and pharynx behind. Yeah. The hyoid. In there. Now, again, in the woodpecker here, they've got an insane hyoid bone. It's not just this little horseshoe-shaped thing right there. You know, it'd be super, super tiny if it were. This thing wraps from the throat up around the back of the skull and then up to in between the eyes. So again, look.
Called the hyoid apparatus. It anchors at the front of the skull in the upper beak.
Nuts.
Splits into a V between the eyes and wraps completely around the woodpecker's skull, passing over the top and around the back before meeting up again at the base of the lower beak.
Insane. That is bonkers, you know? Crazy, crazy, crazy. And Charlie's Dragon makes a really good point here. It's a very delicate bone, so getting it preserved in a fossil is hard. Yes, and for dinosaurs like Mononychus here. Yeah. For dinosaurs like Mononychus, we don't actually have anything close to a complete skeleton, as I understand it. I don't think we even have a skull for this critter. And so whether or not they had that crazy hyoid bone is still unknown. Here, where's the one in Mongolia, the original? There it is. Yeah. No skull for this animal. We do have a skull for Shuvuia, which is a relative, also from Mongolia. And it is so well preserved that we even have fossil feathers on this critter, or at least like impressions of feathers. There's feathery stuff going on here that tells us this animal had feathers. But I think we're still missing a number of the bones from the skull. Yeah. I think that's the case anyway. Yeah. And you can also have a pretty crazy tongue like that without having that insane hyoid bone. So, here, let's... Hummingbird tongues.
And hold a sunbird in your hands. Don't let him sing to us.
Yeah. This is maybe, I don't know if you'd need the same kind of robustness in your tongue in order to, you know, capture insects as you would for just drinking nectar like this. But yeah. Anyway, pretty remarkable. What a cool critter. Does it act like a straw, says Katso Skills? No, so it's licking up the nectar here. You can see that tongue go in, and then some of the nectar sticks to it, and it pulls it back in, you know? So it's not acting like a straw. There's not, like, suction going on in the same way. That makes sense? It's more like eating an ice cream cone than it is like drinking a milkshake, in a way. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But it's sticky, no? Says Miserable. I don't know how sticky it is. I'm not sure how sticky a hummingbird's tongue is. Here. Let's take a look at this.
The hummingbird's tongue is about twice as long as its beak, so it can reach deep into a flower. And until recently...
This might be a creationist video, actually. Yeah, we're gonna ignore this. Here.
Hummingbirds do everything in a hurry. When they drink nectar, their tongue flicks in and out 15 times a second, or faster. The nectar rushes up 2 grooves in the bird's tongue, which is split, like a snake's.
Oh.
That was thought to happen through capillary action, the way liquid moves up a narrow straw, without suction. But University of Connecticut researchers say that's not how it works.
So it doesn't work like a straw?
Using feeders set up in natural environments and high-speed video, they showed that the tongue works like a kind of pump. In the bird's beak, the tongue is compressed and it stays that way as it shoots out. Once it reaches the nectar, it springs open, and that rapid expansion draws up the fluid.
Huh.
It's a new wrinkle in the evolution of birds, flowers, and very strange tongues.
Very cool. That is wild. Oh, man. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. I'll give you a link to that video. There you are. My goodness. So yeah, if we were to find a crazy hyoid bone like you have on a woodpecker for a member of this group, an alvarezsaur, then it would be like, yeah, okay, these guys had a bonkers tongue. But to my knowledge, we don't have that yet. If we did have that, you would see mention of it in something like this. So the word tongue doesn't show up here. Nor does hyoid. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, and this is from Albertonicus. Excellent. Who I think is just finishing their PhD. I forget where. But, yeah, alvarezsaurs. Really cool. Now, hyoid. Yeah. So, myrmecophages. This is critters that eat ants and their relatives, I think. Myrmecophagous animals. Often have a long, sticky tongue for capturing their prey. In alvarezsaurids, The bony hyoid that would have supported the tongue is known in Shuvuia. We have a hyoid for Shuvuia? I didn't know this. But it has not been described in detail, but has been said to be well developed. Chiappe et al. 2002. Unfortunately, Shuvuia was not included in a recent study on the hyoid morphology of archosaurs and its relation to tongue mobility. Gah. Yeah, interesting. Other critters. Other groups of, well, some groups of mammals outside of birds. Like anteaters and pangolins. They also have got these long, sticky tongues like this. Yeah. Old spiny anteaters are not anteaters at all. They're more closely related to dogs and cats, and weasels and rats. Weasels and seals and otters and stuff. The carnivorous mammals. It's the only mammals with scales. I don't know if these are really scales. I don't feel like they're scales in the same way that, like, chickens and other birds have scales on their legs, or that dinosaurs had scales, or that crocodilians or lizards or turtles have scales. These are made of keratin. I want to say they've got a different kind of developmental pathway than true, like, sauropsid scales. But I'm not totally sure, you know? Yeah. Rhinos definitely don't have scales, Ms. Rules. No. No, rhinos don't have scales. Yeah, good stuff. And what are bird scales made out of? Keratin? I'm not sure exactly what scales are made of in sauropsids, but the scales on the hind limbs of birds, yeah, these are just like you'd see on dinosaurs, you know? They're literally the same. That's a dinosaur foot that you're looking at right there. I think it's a ptarmigan. It's like special scales that come off the sides of the digits to spread out their weight, almost like a snowshoe. But yeah. Neat stuff. So those are the same scales that you see in, say, alligators. Birds and dinosaurs are a kind of archosaur. There's birds, dinosaurs are this whole crown group up here. Well, that's a crown group, that's birds. They're still around today. But anyway, this group up at the top, dinosaurs. Crocs are pretty closely, well, fairly closely related. They're like cousins to the dinosaurs, I suppose. Yeah, so birds and crocs, there's going to be a really similar developmental pathway for their scales. Does that make sense? Yeah. Excuse me. And Greek letter keratin said the pangolin is not that different, says Murph. Interesting. Is that alpha? I don't really know my Greek alphabet very well. Yeah. And One Fun Panda says, ankylosaurs have scales too, right? Yes and no. So you're probably thinking of the armor plates on ankylosaurs, which were made of bone with keratin over the top. Yeah, there was a really cool talk at SVP this year. By Michael Habib, who works on ankylosaur armor. Yeah. I'm looking for a video here. Ankylosaur versus Acrocanthosaur. Search Borealipelta. There we go. Yeah. So really cool talk at SVP by this guy, Michael Habib. He was studying the armor of ankylosaur dinosaurs. These are these armored dinosaurs like this. This is Borealopelta, whom we're going to see in this video. You might be more familiar with Ankylosaurus, which would have looked something like this. Big club on the end of its tail. Everybody loves Ankylosaurus. What a cool critter. Yeah. Also, the last of the ankylosaurs lived at the very end of the Cretaceous. The armor on these guys is incredible because it is bony. So, here, we'll try Pinacosaurus skeleton. They're covered with this bony armor like this. That's literal bits of bone. There we go. What we call osteoderms. These are bones embedded in the skin. But not only was that bone there, it was also infused with keratin. So there would have been a coating over the surface of the bone of like part bone, part keratin, all weaved together, and that mixture, that joining together of those two different materials made it so much stronger, more resistant than it otherwise would have been.
Mike Habib
Seamus, let's see this armor.
Is meeting with physicist Seamus Blackley to test a replica that estimates Borealopelta's armor.
Yeah.
So this is the rear haunch of the nodosaur that we talked about. We laid down some ribs, some silicon connective tissue. Then on top of it, we developed a polymer that we cast into these scales to have the right level of hardness and the right mechanical properties to match what we think was actually on the animal.
Oh, that's perfect. And
so I think this is now out of date. So Michael Habib's research since this time has shown that, shoot, these armor plates, these osteoderms, when they're covered with that keratin and bone mixture over the top of them, they would have been even stronger. He's like, this is an animal that basically evolved to withstand absurd forces. Like, the impact of, like, theropod teeth and hitting this that it could withstand, it's like the same amount of force that you would get, like, plowing a Ford F-150 into a wall at 60 miles an hour. Like, just an insane amount of force these critters are able to withstand.
the bone that you included.
It's cast so that it has the same fracture characteristics as bone.
But you didn't just build the perfect armor, though. I know you've also built the perfect predator.
When you see the predator, you might be a little bit worried for nodosaur. All right, Mike, let me introduce you to our Acrocanthosaurus. This is Kathy.
Oh, what a beast. Hello, Kathy.
Mike, this is as near as we can produce to a mechanically accurate, force-accurate Acrocanthosaurus head. She has 48 teeth made out of a special porcelain that we slip cast and then fired so that it would have the same strength and fragility, we think, as the teeth of this animal.
Very cool. Now, Acrocanthosaurus would look something like this. Oh, I love this Acrocanthosaurus reproduction right here. This is lovely. So it's almost like a Tyrannosaurus-sized animal. This is huge. They got really, really big, and this is like the top predator in their ecosystem. They lived in the early Cretaceous of North America, long before T-Rex. They're related to dinosaurs like Carcharodontosaurus and Allosaurus. Yeah. That's this critter.
And gosh, it's terrifying.
It really is.
Yeah, Lenina's favorite dinosaur. There you go,
See
Lenina.
how
Yeah.
Borealopelta's armor is going to hold up under a bite from Acrocanthosaurus.
Go look at the angle, Mike. Do you like that relative to the mouth?
Yeah.
They set up to simulate a bite on Borealopelta's haunch.
Bite
force. So here's the thing, is that ankylosaurs developed this crazy armor like this. And you'd think, oh, you know, you develop armor like that and you're good to go, you know? Nobody can touch you, right? Right? Turns out, nope. There's a reason why they evolved this armor. There's selective pressure there in this environment for them to develop this insane level of armoring. And it's these huge theropod dinosaurs. These huge theropod dinosaurs prompted ankylosaurs to develop this armor. Like, they're under heavy selective pressure to just be up armoring all the time, generation to generation, because you're dealing with this just almost unfathomable predator here. You know?
They set up to simulate a...
There you go. Arms race. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Exactly.
Bite
Yeah.
force on Acrocanthosaurus was thousands of pounds per square inch. But when you look at what it's up against, this is a very tough armor. This is going to be highly destructive, I think, one way or the other.
All right. Okay, can you hold it there?
And there you go, Helicomium. Exactly.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right, we're go.
Firing on. Homing. 3, 2, 1, fire.
Notosaur did really well.
Well, it lost osteoderms, broke those off. That's a sustainable loss. The keratin, it can regrow.
Are we bleeding at this point?
I mean, there'd be some bleeding. Let's give it another bite. See what happens if she took a second bite.
All right.
So this is one of the things that Michael Habib talked about in his presentation at SVP is, you know, having keratin armor like this, not only is it remarkably strong and resilient, but also it's expendable in a way, you know? You've got a big osteoderm like that, and some theropod teeth hit it and cleave off a portion of it, you're not going to bleed out and die, you know? It's like getting a haircut. You're just losing keratin, you know?
All right. Watson.
3, 2, 1, fire.
Okay. That's now just a fountain of blood. You can see the ribs. They're the ribs.
Yowza.
This is the connective material on the ribs. That's a rib right there, right? And it's, oh my God, Michael, the rib is shattered.
Shattered. Oh, it sure is.
Oof.
Look at that.
So this is a slow motion video of the second bite.
Oh, that's just...
Oh my God. Oh, that's just awful.
If you had not been careful and you were sticking your arm in there as it's going off, welcome to the amputee club. Oh, don't want to think about that.
I'm a physicist, not a physician, but that looked like a tremendous amount of organ damage right there.
Yeah. I'm very impressed with both our critters, to be honest. Borealopelta held up a little better than I might have expected, but it really also, I think, tells us that if Borealopelta was attacked by an Acrocanthosaur, you would see evidence of that.
That's really fun to watch, I have to say.
Yowza.
Based on our bite tests, it's highly unlikely that a Borealopelta would sustain a major bite from a big predator and not show any signs.
Yowza. Yeah, here, let me give you a link to that video there, too. Yeah. It makes sense why these animals develop that crazy armor, because in a lot of cases it still wouldn't be enough. You know? But we've got some reason to believe that these guys may have been fairly solitary. So living alone most of the time, they wouldn't have the protection afforded by a herd of other members of their species. And also, they would have been fairly slow-moving animals compared to a lot of their contemporaries. And so running away from predators would have been more difficult. They're more of a stand and fight than run away kind of critter. Master Flinton, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. So yeah. And Isolated says, when did the first predatory animals evolve? Like, who was the first to think I want to eat another species? The first animals were predatory. Or at least they're eating other organisms, probably. Yeah. Feeding on photosynthetic organisms or chemosynthetic organisms. The first predatory animals would have been very, very small. Yeah. But it's a good question. And it would have been like well over 1 billion years ago. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah, things like water bears. There you go, Lilith Hobo. Yeah. Who are related to the first animals, I think. Yeah, single-celled predators, says Murph. But the question wasn't about organisms, it was about animals specifically. And I'm not sure how many single-celled animals we have. You know? I think even water bears have multiple cells, don't they? But yeah. And would the jaw have been able to withstand the forces generated by the machine, says Salamander. Presumably, yeah. It might not have been as quick in the... just that slapping like that. But... yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if we have a really good sense for what the jaw strength would be on something like an Acrocanthosaurus. For dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, we've got a better idea. But, yeah. And Toilet Gator says, I learned from the game Spore, it's way easier to eat other organisms than to try to find enough food otherwise. Yeah, than to produce your food yourself, unless you're like a plant. It's easier to grow quickly when you can just kind of let other animals do the nutrient gathering for you and you just eat them. You know? Yeah. Anyhow. And Phil A says, would the predator actually bite the prey in that armored spot? Kind of like how modern predators go for the weak spots, asked Phil A. So with a dinosaur like Borealopelta, most of the animal is armored. And even the parts that we think of as not being armored would have been fairly armored. So like the underside of this animal is not soft and unprotected. That was also covered by a mosaic of bony ossicles. So almost like scale armor, but just a lot smaller than the stuff you've got on top. But they're not super tall critters. They're fairly low slung. They would have been very heavy, very difficult to knock over. So if you think, the Acrocanthosaurus could just walk over, flip this guy on his back, and just eat his soft belly, wouldn't work like that. For one thing, these are really wide animals. So it would be like trying to flip over a it'd be like trying to flip over a station wagon that's full of cinder blocks or something. I don't know. Very, very wide torso there. And you've got those big spikes to help try and impede any kind of like flipping over like that. And also, hello Moon Pie, how are you doing? You want to come say hello? Also, this animal would be probably pretty ornery, probably pretty angry. This is not the sort of animal that you want to walk over and try and give a hug if it's suspicious of you. Like, it's going to lash out with its tail, it's going to try and impale you with those spikes. It's going to do everything that it can to drive you away, you know? Yeah. And hello, Moon Pie. Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen, we have a cat trick today.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
All 3 cats in one stream. Holy cow, Moon Pie. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us, Moon Pie. You turn around so we can tell that you're different from Mini Pie? I know you look superficially rather similar. But there we go. There's that white spot on your chest. You've got a different shaped face. Very different personality. There you go, Moon Pie. She's sniffing at the treats, but she's not going to eat them, is she? No. How are you, Moon Pie? Yeah, good to see you. Wow, all 3 landlords in one stream. What is that? We've had this 17 times now? Excellent. Yeah. Oh, good to see you, Moon Pie. And Casey Snow Art, how are you doing? Look, we got Moon Pie here. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Here, can I get you a plant, Moon Pie? I know how much you love your plants. How's this one? How's that? Yeah. Moon Pie loves plants. There you go, Moon Pie. Yeah. Oh, Moon Pie. Thanks for coming to say hello to me. You're not even after the treats. You don't like treats. You just want to say hello. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Moon Pie. Think she likes you, chat. Yeah. Oh, you vanquished the plant. Look at that. Yeah. You got it. There you go. Headshot. Yep. Moon Pie 1, Fern 0. Vanquished your foe. Moon Pie, the ultimate plant predator. Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Belid versus Fern. Yeah, look who came out on top. Oh, I'll see you later, Moon Pie. Thanks for visiting. Oh, she left a bit of snot on my stream deck there. Moon Pie's always had kind of like mucus issues. It's part of her very short snout. Yeah. Look, you got some of my shorts too. That's gross. It's okay. We still love you, Moon Pie. Anyhow. Yeah. What were we talking about? Oh yeah. Paleobiology, testing hypotheses about how dinosaurs would have lived and behaved and what's going on with their functional morphology, all that good stuff. These are important and interesting questions. You know? So yeah. Yeah. And they're likewise important for dinosaurs like our alvarezsaurs, like Mononychus here. Yeah, Helvetica Scenario says she has an eye booger, I think. She's always got something like that going on. Yeah. She doesn't like it when I touch her face, though, so I'll just let her cook, you know? Yeah. I almost forgot. We should, do a post to Blue Sky here, shouldn't we? Let's do that before I forget. So let's do a quick screenshot right here. Just like this. We'll see if that looks any good. Ferns will have the last laugh in the end, says Lenovo. They've survived many catastrophes on our planet. It is true. Alright, let's do 800 DPI. That looks a little goofy. Let's do a different one instead. See if that looks any better. Yeah, I like it. Let's crop it there. Yeah. And let's get that saved and we'll post it up. Sweetie Pie, be nice to Moon Pie. She's chasing her around. It's funny, the cats are like rock, paper, scissors. A little, like, weird triangular hierarchy. There we go. Yeah. We've been chatting about Ankylosaur armor, woodpecker tongues, alvarezsaur anatomy, and we're jumping into this new Bonapartonicus paper in a minute here. So feel free to join us for some paleontology outreach, live stream goodness on hashtag Twitch. Twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Let me make sure I spelled Bonapartonicus correctly. Bonapartonicus. Bonapartonicus. There we go. Yeah, it looks the same. I pasted it. Yeah. Okay. screenshot of a Twitch stream featuring some doofus sitting in an office with a 3D printed alvarezsaur. Truarcuncus. Alvarez and paleontological tchotchkes. Is that how you spell tchotchkes? Tchotchkes. Rip. Yeah. Our North Dakota flag. On account of our ND trip this next week. Yeah. There we go. It's good to have Easter eggs in the alt text. Here we go. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There's a link in the chat for you. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. That's gonna be your bust outside your music. Wait, what do you mean, Lilith Hobo? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah. Anywho. And thank you for the notifications, everybody. Holy cow. Mark Melbourne et al., thank you very much for the reposts. Arid, thank you for the repost. Beautiful. Thank you for the likes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our alvarezsaurs here. We were talking about these critters. And, again, this is what we think they're probably doing.
Mononychus is a desert specialist.
I'll play it again, because everybody loves this clip.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within. She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus. Single giant claw. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
So we do have pretty good consensus that these animals...
She has another special piece of equipment.
Were insect eaters.
A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
Yeah.
An excellent protein-packed meal, if only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Victorious, thank you for gifting Lilith Hobo. I appreciate the Victorious. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's get into the paper about this new, well, not new. Bonapartenicus has been known for a while now. There we go. Lovely reconstruction of it. And is it in the Path of Titans game? Really? That'd be wild if that were the case. Yeah. That seems awful big for an alvarezsaur. Is that right? I guess they were pretty darn big. Shoot. This would be like the largest of the alvarezsaurs. Cool. Good for them. Here's a new paper with new information on Bonapartenicus. From the Allen Formation, Middle Campanian to Lower Maastrichtian of Rio Negro Province, Patagonia, Argentina. It clarifies the Patagonicinae. So we're going to take a look at the abstract real quick. That's a summary of the paper. Then we'll look at a few interesting parts of the body of the paper. Let's talk about why they're important. So Alvarezsauria is a group of morphologically distinctive, so like unique looking, medium to small sized, later diverging Coelurosaurian theropod dinosaurs. So yeah, medium to small size. They're part of the group of dinosaurs that's fairly close to birds, the Coelurosaurs. Tyrannosaurs are also a member of this group, but for the most part, Coelurosaurs are smallish, meat-eating dinosaurs. They may have all had feathers. This clade has a widespread distribution in Laurasia, so that's North America and Asia, and what is now Europe, Asia, and North America. So yeah, Eurasia and North America is Laurasia. Although there are also several Cretaceous taxa from Gondwana from the southern continents, and what is now Argentina in South America, that all belong to the family Alvarezsauridae. Although Alvarezsaurid taxonomic diversity and anatomic knowledge has expanded over the last decade, Alvarezsaurid internal phylogenetic relationships remain highly debated. So which of these animals in this family are each other's closest relatives? Trying to figure out the family tree for Alvarezsaurids in particular has been tricky, and there's been controversy there. In this contribution, we describe new Alvarezsaurid material and review previously reported Alvarezsaurid specimens from the Middle Campanian to Lower Maastrichtian Allen Formation discovered at the Salitral Ojo de Agua Formation in Rio Negro Province, Patagonia, Argentina. So Campanian to Lower Maastrichtian. So this is right near the end of the Age of Dinosaurs here. So, Cretaceous period is the last of the three periods in the Age of Dinosaurs: Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. So Campanian into the Maastrichtian. So our critter here, Bonapartenicus, is probably from somewhere around the boundary between the Campanian and the Maastrichtian here. Near the end of the Age of Dinosaurs, though. Although these specimens were collected at different times without precise original provenance information. Oh, that's frustrating. If we don't know exactly where these dinosaurs are from, like where on the map, put a dot on it, and then go find the site, then it becomes really tricky trying to figure out when exactly they lived. That's a problem. So although these specimens are collected at different times without precise original provenance information, here we gathered X-ray diffraction data of the associated sediments that now suggest that all of these specimens come from the same site and stratigraphic level as the holotype of the Alvarezsaurid Bonapartenicus ultimus. So I guess by looking at some of the rock that's preserved with the bone, they can try and match it up to other specimens, and they're saying, look, it looks like they all come from the same exact time and place. Which, if that's true, that simplifies things a lot. Based on this new provenance information and the morphological similarity of the considered specimens, these different individuals all look similar. Here we tentatively refer to the genus Bonapartenicus, which is exciting because if we can say that these are all Bonapartenicus, and we've got multiple specimens now, we can get a lot more information. We might essentially know what the whole skeleton looks like, because rarely are any of these individual skeletons complete, but if you can get several different skeletons together, you might be able to fill in the whole body, essentially. Know what the whole skeleton would look like. Because if this specimen over here is missing these bones, you might be able to fill those in the specimen over there. So these newly referred specimens add to the record of this genus and shed light on the body plan of the alvarezsaurid genus, alvarezsaurid clade Patagonicinae, by permitting a more complete reconstruction of the neck, pectoral girdle, hind limb, and tail. Exciting stuff. So with more specimens, you can kind of fill in the blanks, which is, you love to see it. All right, we got figures. That's what we'd most like to see here. There we go. So here's where they're from. The Neuquén Basin in Argentina. So in kind of western Argentina, near the border with Chile. There's the town of Neuquén. And then I think that is where the specimens are from. There we go. Nice.
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Yep.
Happy
Amish
24
Andy.
months, Danny. I'm
Thank you.
excited to show all of you my dino tattoo next month.
Very exciting, Amish Andy. Well, well, well. Awesome. Thank you so much for the 34 months of support. I appreciate your helping keep me here online. It means a lot. Appreciate it, Amish Andy. Thank you. And here we go. Look at that critter. We finally got, like, a full skeletal for Bonapartonicus. That's beautiful. Really exciting. And notice that there's one big claw right there, the thumb claw, and then it looks like they've got little accessory digits. Little vestigial second and third fingers. I guess I should be going second and third fingers there. Because the big one is the thumb. And then you've got index finger, middle finger. Very cool. So here's not the prettiest looking vertebrae, but cervical vert nonetheless. Good stuff. We're gonna have lots of figures of different bones here. Let's scroll through, shall we? Nice. These detailed descriptions, while they might not be the most interesting to look at, a lot of text, a lot of very detailed description of what these bones look like. This is really important to the study of this whole group. And there we go, yeah. So Bonapartonicus, they're saying it forms a clade with Patagonicus right here. Which makes sense. These are both from the same part of the world and around the same time, I think. Which is interesting. Very interesting. Very cool. Very cool. Doesn't look like they put Triarchunkus on here. I guess because it's not really known from too much of the skeleton. Yeah, conclusions. In the present study, we re-described the alvarezsaurid fossil material collected and partially described, and described alvarezsaurid fossil materials collected at the same site by different expeditions for the first time. So they're able to try and figure out where these specimens actually came from. Apparently the people who dug them up in the first place didn't do a good job of recording that data. So these authors had to do some extra legwork, but it looks like they're confident that they figured it out. And while our tests favor a monospecific alvarezsaurid assemblage for the moment, future research and quarrying efforts at this locality may unearth evidence that can further test our current interpretation. So while there's been multiple alvarezsaurs, multiple individuals dug up from the same area, they're saying it looks like they're all members of the same species. That's one of their conclusions in this paper. I love this reconstruction here. Really nice. That's gorgeous. Oh man, that's very, very cool. Gives you a good sense for what these animals would look like. Really neat. Really neat. And given that these guys are big for alvarezsaurs, again, there. Pardonicus here. I could easily imagine them not just digging for arthropods like insects, termites, but maybe digging into some mammal burrows, gobbling up some mammals. They're certainly big enough to swallow some mammals whole. Huh. Yeah. There is some evidence that the dinosaurs like Shuvuia may have been adapted for hunting at night, for maybe listening for mammals in their burrows and then digging in with those claws and then gobbling the mammals up. Shuvuia is such a small critter that it's more difficult to imagine. Something like this. This is a mammal nightmare there, you know? Yowza. Yeah. And a good body plan for running long distance quickly. I agree, Bonolator. I agree. Yeah. Pretty cool. It's a lovely illustration in that paper. And it looks like... Oh, can anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me what these plants are modeled after? What is this very special plant? Anybody know? Oh boy, is it cool and interesting. Not a deflated hot air balloon, not aloe, Juanita's backpack, but good guess. It's a desert plant. Not peyote, no. Not a corpse flower. No, you see it in, well, there's some Wayne Barlow paintings that I've seen this in. Let me show you an example. In his Alphabet of Dinosaurs book, which I should have right here. Where did that go? Misplacing all my books today. I have a paperback copy of it somewhere. Where did that go? Hang on just a moment. I'll find it. There it is. Yeah. Gorgeous illustrations in this book. This was my very favorite library book when I was a kid. We happen to have this in my very small school library, and I don't know how many times I checked this out. But where is that plant? Is it on the Fabrosaurus page or a different one? But it is unique among plants today. There's nothing else like it. It is the only surviving member of its genus, as I understand it. Was it not in here? Was it a different... Am I thinking of a different illustration? What the heck? Yeah, I am. Weird. Well, I'll just find the plant for you online. Again, we're talking about this plant right here that looks very much dead, right? It's not dead. Not Selaginella, germ, but good guess. Yeah. Check this out. Welwitschia is the most unusual plant in the world. That's a lofty claim. It's a gymnosperm, like cycads pines, a bizarre living fossil. This plant has only 2 leaves, which slowly grow nonstop. Welwitschia is thought to live up to 2,000 years. There's nothing else like it on Earth. One of my favorites, this person says. And is this going to be David Attenborough here?
200 miles to the west of the Kalahari lies an even hotter, drier desert, the Namib. Very few plants indeed can survive in these parched sands. Patches of grass sprouted after a rare shower of rain and lived for a few weeks, but that was over 4 years ago, and now only the dusty, withered stems are left. There is one plant that grows here, though, and indeed nowhere else, and one that is very odd indeed.
Yes!
The scientist who first described this extraordinary plant,
look how big it is,
an Austrian called Dr. Welwitsch, who came to this part of Africa in the middle of the last century. He discovered many plants in Africa, but this perhaps is his most famous, and the one that bears his name, being called Welwitschia. There are male plants and female plants. This one is a female, and these are the female structures. These are young ones which sprouted this year, and these are the fully developed ones from last year. In structure, they're very like the cones of a fir tree.
Yeah, look at that. Wild, right?
The male plant has growths rather like stamens, which produce pollen. So Welwitschia seems to be a kind of link between coniferous trees and true flowering plants. But the oddest thing about it, perhaps, are its leaves. They grow from the top of its central trunk. And what's more, do so extremely slowly, so that this length of leaf would have taken about 70 years to be produced. But if it hadn't frayed at the edges, it would be about 400 yards long, because this individual plant is thought to be about 1,500 years old.
Wow. I bet half of you in chat are.
It's these amazing leaves that enable the plant to collect water in this rainless country. The Namib lies close to the western coast of Africa. At dawn, fogs regularly roll in from the Atlantic. As they swirl around the Welwitschia, their moisture condenses on the plant's huge leaves. Some droplets are absorbed through cracks in the leaves' skin. The rest of the water is channeled down to the ground, where it's sucked up by roots just below the surface of the sand.
Pretty darn cool. Just a remarkable plant. Here's a video from Animal Logic.
This utterly unique plant may look dead, but some individuals have been alive since before the foundation of Sparta.
This is Sparta!
While this octopus-like pile of dried-out leaves may not be the world's prettiest plant, it's certainly one of the most peculiar. This is Welwitschia.
Yep. Flora Logic. Okay, cool.
Hey, I'm Tasha the Amazon, and you're watching Floralogic. Today we're talking about one of the oldest plants in the world. This one looks like it's definitely seen some things. It's not easy on the eyes, but that's okay, because today we're going to be looking at the inner beauty of the Welwitschia.
Welwitschia mirabilis is endemic to the arid and semi-arid regions of western Namibia and Angola.
And so the idea that we would have it in an illustration of a dinosaur from Argentina makes a lot of sense when you consider that Argentina, and indeed that whole, continent, South America, used to be sandwiched up against Africa. So having the plants here nowadays, it's not difficult to imagine them being over here too when these two continents were stuck together. There. When you had South America and Africa stuck together, right here and right here, like, makes a lot of sense, right? I wonder if they have fossil pollen or something from this time, from this kind of plant, that shows that it was there at the time to justify putting it in this illustration. I wonder. I kind of suspect that they do have that, and I'm just not aware of it.
It's the only species in its genus, Welwitchiaceae. The English name for this ancient plant comes from the first European to describe it back in 1859, Austrian botanist Friedrich Wellwich, but it's more commonly known as tree tumbo.
Carbon dating has revealed that some specimens of Welwitschia are upwards of 3,000 years old. To give some context, that's 1,000 years before the ancient city of Petra in Jordan was built.
Wow.
And around the time the first colossal stone heads were carved by the ancient Olmec civilization in what is today Mexico. They were sprouting just at the beginning of the Zhou dynasty, the longest-running dynasty in Chinese history, which lasted 790 years.
Very cool.
These plants were already 300 years old when Homer's Odyssey was written. I told you, these guys have seen some things.
Welwitschia range in diameter from 60 to 120 centimeters, but only grow upwards about 30 centimeters off the ground. Their claim to fame is that they've got the longest living leaves of any in the plant kingdom. These leaves grow continuously throughout their lives in 2 ultra-long leathery bands. That's right, that cluster of leaves that make up the Welwitschia are just 2 individual leaves.
At their rate of growth, a single leaf can grow 150 meters in 1,000 years.
The fresh green part of the leaf stays about 3 meters.
I bet most of you in chat can't even grow 150 meters over 1,000 years, you know? It's pretty impressive. I'm sorry, chat. I keep comparing you to different organisms that we look at and their statistics, but height or width, either. Kato's because both combined, you know? It's been 600 years and I'm not even halfway there, says Phil. So there you go. Yeah.
Long. As it grows, the ends wither slowly, leaving a long trailing section of dead leaf still attached.
Oh, sorry, Juanita.
The desert winds rip the leaves, causing them to split into ribbons, making this plant look like a dried-up desert octopus.
These octo-like leaves grow from the large woody stem, which is mostly subterranean. Welwitschia is a phreatophyte, meaning it has very deep roots that allow it to access moisture deep below the surface.
Cool.
The taproots of the Welwitschia are said to look like giant radishes.
While Welwitschia can live for an obscene amount of time, it can be a challenge for them to reproduce. And seeing a juvenile Welwitschia flopping around in the wind is rare for a couple of reasons. First, a fungus commonly infects the seeds, which affects their viability. It spreads through its namesake, the Welwitschia bug, a local species known to swarm the plant for its nectar. The bug spreads fungus, but it's also thought to be one of the plant's main pollinators. The second reason is that seedlings need more than 55 millimeters of rain to germinate, which doesn't happen very often in the Namib Desert, where it only averages 40 millimeters of rainfall a year.
As a result, groups of Welwitschia that sprouted from the same germination event over the millennia can be found clustered together.
Welwitschia don't live more than about 100 kilometers from the coast, in what is known as a fog belt. The fog is created when the hot Namib Desert air meets the cold current from the Atlantic Ocean. The condensation from the fog collects on the leaves, which are the perfect shape to direct the moisture down to the roots. During times of drought, zebras and other animals will chew on the plant for moisture.
Luckily, the weird and wonderful Welwitschia isn't bothered at all. It just keeps on growing.
How Welwitschia has managed to survive in the desert is still up for debate, since it appears to be hardly thriving in its bone-dry home in both numbers and appearance. Some evidence suggests that this plant wasn't always a desert dweller.
One study hypothesizes that Proto-Welwitschia, which existed as far back as the Cretaceous period, 66 million years ago, grew in zones with much more well-balanced moisture.
This was long before the tectonic plates drastically changed the landscape of today's Africa, and even before an asteroid killed all the dinosaurs. Evolving in a wetter environment.
Hang on, was that?
And even before.
That's Australia. It's not where the asteroid hit.
An asteroid killed all the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Evolving in a wetter environment would explain why they need such high levels of moisture to germinate, and why they look so lush when grown in greenhouse conditions, and so dead-looking where they live now.
But despite all odds and across thousands of years, this survivor is still holding it down and still captivating us with its tenacity. There's some kind of deep, meaningful life lesson hiding in that heap of brown, dead leaves.
Pretty darn cool. Yeah. Lovely.
So what should we talk about next?
I'll give you a link to this. I didn't know that there was a Floralogic channel. This is great. Anyway, there's a link to that right there. The reason why we got off on this tangent is this new paper right here. New information on Bonapartenicus is accompanied by this lovely reconstruction of the animal right here. And look what is growing out of those dunes around it. Lovely. Yeah, anyway, alvarezsaurs, really cool. It's interesting that we've got dinosaurs like this that seem to inhabit desert environments. And also kind of almost subtropical environments like the Hell Creek Formation, too. Clearly, they're capable of surviving in a lot of different environments. It's neat stuff. And Bondo Latour says, I love that even in a single image is a wealth of information. Yeah, kudos to the artist. Abel G. Montes. Yeah, lovely. So yeah, cool paper. Cool paper. I'm glad that we're starting to understand the relationships of these animals a bit better. And I didn't realize that Bonapartenicus, that this genus is that big. This is probably the biggest of the alvarezsaurs. What's the largest alvarezsaurid? Alvarezsaurids range from 50 centimeters to 2 meters in length, although some members may have been larger, including the European Heptastiornis. May have reached 2.5 meters at 8.2 feet. Huh. Pretty cool. Let's see where Trirarchuncus shows up on here. There we go. Oh, who's that dingus right there? Yeah. So my crew, or a crew that I was part of, named a new alvarezsaur from the Hell Creek in 2020. Trirarchuncus. Trirarchuncus is the last of the alvarezsaurs, as far as we know. It lived at the very end of the Cretaceous period. Oh, here's one getting eaten by a big lizard. Oh boy. Yeah, the name Trirarchuncus means Captain Hook. Denver Fowler named it because he liked the really hook-like claws on this animal. And, yeah, you see some people have kind of run with the pirate theme in some of these reconstructions. So, yeah. Is that the one you were excavating last year? No, this was back in 2015 that Jack Wilson found that middle claw right there. The orangey one, this one right here. He found that one. This is possibly the most complete alvarezsaurid claw ever found anywhere in the world. It even has the very, very tip right there. They tend to be very pointy and they tend to break. So alvarezsaur claws, they're rarely complete like that. It's not a big animal, you know. It's about like that. We will be looking at this critter up close and personal when we're in North Dakota at the beginning of next week. Here's a press release from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. This is where I'm going to be streaming from. And there's a lovely model of this critter. There we go. We're going to see there. This is by Boban Filiopovic. Whoop. Pause. He made this lovely fleshed out model there. We'll go visit.
A dinosaur? What?
Belmemneem, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Belmemneem. Appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And you will not live long enough to remember how to spell that name. It is T-R-I-E-R. Trirar CHUS. Trirarchuncus. There we go. Turns out it takes a lot longer to spell something when you've got to put a dash in between each of the letters. But yeah, Trirarchuncus. The name means Captain Hook. Trirarchuncus prairiensis, Captain Hook of the Prairie. Because that beautiful claw that Jack Wilson found that's from the American Prairie Reserve, which we were talking about last week in central Montana. This big wildlife preserve project, bringing back the bison and all these other really cool prairie animals. Yeah. So this was, this is featured in a little book that we put together a few years back. Here. Paleontology 2015. Collecting dinosaurs on the American Prairie Reserve. There we go. There's the crew. Me right there in the middle back in 2015. There's me and Jack Wilson. Jack Wilson discovered the claw, and that was, as Denver put it, the find of the summer. There we go. Find of the summer. Yeah, the enlarged hand claw of an alvarezsaur, a highly unusual and very rare group of insectivorous dinosaurs. It's only the 4th specimen from North America, and the finest ever collected anywhere in the world. Super characteristic claw. Like, this is highly, highly diagnostic. And there's a quick little doodle that I did for the book that Denver requested. Yeah. We are currently preparing a scientific paper describing this and 2 other alvarezsaurid claws from Montana. That was published in 2020. So, again, discovered 2015, published 2020. It took half a decade for something so small, you know? We were talking yesterday about how long it can take to finally get dinosaurs published after you discover them. It's a good example, right? But yeah. Anyway. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. Just remember Captain Hook if the name Trirarchuncus seems a little, look at those claws. Seems a little intimidating. I can't wait to show you this display when we're at the museum next week. Oh man, it's gonna be great. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. We've got an hour and a half left. At the most. Before I've got to wrap this up. So I think we're going to jump from a very bird-like dinosaur. Right here. Right into Thursday BIRDSday, shall we? Will you check out the deep nature of it? I really don't have time for that, Dr. Tara. Maybe next week when I get back from North Dakota. We'll see. We'll see. For right now, we've got to get into Thursday BIRDSday, and then I've got to continue packing. My bag is not totally packed yet for North Dakota, but I'm gonna work on that. And take care of some other stuff too, including. Here. This is just about dry enough that I can paint it now, but I've been working on this baby Triceratops skull that I can give as a gift to Denver and Liz. As a thank you for letting me stay with them this coming weekend. So I've got to get to work on that too. Running out of time, you know? Got to get this thing painted. Yeah. So let's get into Thursday BIRDSday here. If anybody is new and unfamiliar with our Thursday tradition of Thursday BIRDSday, well, this little video should get you up to speed. Here we go.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Let's go ahead and dive in and take a look at some of these incredible birds, shall we? And I'm glad you love the video of Douglas Quaid. Yeah. It was a lot of fun to make. First off this week, the Lenina. Lenina says, my mom spotted this rad bird on her Caribbean cruise last week, and she immediately sent this to me and asked me what it is. I'm almost positive it's a cormorant, but I figured I'd post here for confirmation. Ooh, Lenina, that is not a cormorant. That's a heron. Is that a little blue heron? Sorry for the all caps. Don't mean to scream at Google Images there. It looks... could be a little blue heron. Yeah. Yeah, cormorants, they've generally got shorter legs, and their beak is shorter. It's got more of a curve to it. You already know a lot of this, Lenina, but yeah. It's a little blue heron for sure, says Lenina. Nice. Yeah. Excellent. Here. Blue. Heron. There we go. Good stuff. And the reflect. Yeah, isn't that cool? Casey's nowhere. Beautiful photo. It's really nice. Look at that. And the heron's like, hey, don't mind this rock here. Go ahead and just plow your cruise ship right into it. I'm sure all kinds of tasty goodies would fall out that I can eat. You know? That's what this heron's thinking. You can tell by the look on its beak. Yeah. But yeah, it is a gorgeous photo, Lenina. Really nice. Thanks for posting. Oh, and Mayor Space says that looks like a little blue heron. Yes, I am inclined to agree. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. See? Quick feedback. Thank you, Mayor of Space. Excellent. From here on in, I'm the ruler of this rock, says Lilo. Yep. The sovereign nation of Heronland. Geek Store has got all of these mallards here. My goodness. Anas platyrincos. Very nice. They look like they're... You know, it's kind of funny. Ducks sometimes seem like they're really enjoying the snow. When I lived in Montana, at Montana State University, they had something that really reminded me of this. The duck pond at Montana State University. Here we go. Yeah. And, yep, during the winters, you would just get all of these ducks. There, and they'd hang out, and I loved to feed them. I would get sunflower seeds, but then they didn't really seem to like that much. It's got shells on them, so I try to figure out, like, what do they really like? And it turns out peas. They really like peas. Sometimes when frozen peas would go on sale at the store, I'd get, like, huge bags of them, and then you just kind of, like, pop into the microwave for a little while, and then you bring a plate of microwaved peas, hot steaming peas, out to the ducks, and they went nuts for them. They loved that. It was always a good time. So ducks really like peas. They really like them a lot. So Geek Store, if you end up encountering these ducks again, think about bringing them some peas. Yeah. Yeah. And peas are good for ducks. Bread is not good for them. That's true, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, it's kind of empty calories. Peas are much better for ducks than bread is. Noxy Monster, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to Thursday BIRDSday. This is the time of the week when we celebrate the fact that dinosaurs never went completely extinct. In fact, we've got how many living species of dinosaur on our planet today?
Over 9,000!
Over 10,000 by a lot of estimates. Birds are living dinosaurs, and that's what we celebrate on Thursday BIRDSday. Taking a look at some viewer-submitted photos of different birds, like these from Geek Store. Nice. Very nice. And Avocado Abogados, I love the over 9,000 clip. You know what? It's true. It's the cool thing about it, you know? And Kenny says, ostrich and emus look a lot like dinosaurs too. Yeah, I mean, we often use ostriches and emus as a way of trying to, like, think about dinosaurs. Yeah. I'm trying to remember where we could find that clip. There's a lovely clip with, let's see. What documentary was that in? And that was with Shoot, I met him at SVP this year. Here, I'll find it for you. Where's my book up there? Figure this out. Having a total brain fart at the moment. Jim Farlow. Yeah. Where is that clip? There it is. I think it's in here. Do we have a transcript? We do. Here we go. Yeah.
Bones and tracks in Texas. Jim Farlow can calculate the speed of one particular dinosaur 130 million years ago.
Some of the most interesting information you can get from dinosaur trackways comes not from the individual footprints themselves, but from the spacing from one footprint to the next. One can estimate how fast a dinosaur was going from the length of the footprint as translated into the leg length and the length of the stride. Now,
Vinum Veritas says, are you going to be on the western side of the state? I am. On the western edge, in fact. That's the marketing slogan they've come up with for Dickinson, North Dakota. I'm going to be visiting the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, hanging out with some friends and colleagues there, working on a scientific paper, trying to get that ready for submission so we can publish it, and then I'm going to be doing some live streams from the museum. Yeah. Oh, and you're in Fargo. Nice. Yeah. One of my old roommates is from Fargo.
Now, in a dinosaur that's walking, no particular hurry, just doing whatever dinosaurs do normally, the stride length is generally around 5 to 7
Kenny. I
times
can't
the
wait
length
for
of the
those
individual
streams.
footprints. In the case of the dinosaurs from the site in West Texas, where the stride length was 15 to 20 times the footprint length, one can estimate that they might have been running at speeds of as much as 25 miles per hour, which is pretty respectable by anybody's standards.
Sure.
Jim Farlow believes that speeds like that have direct comparisons with the animals of today.
Here's the emu. This is why I wanted to
running
show you
bird,
this.
and it leaves a footprint just like the tracks found in Texas.
Yeah.
Well, we're interested in animals like the emu here because the emu is the largest living flightless bird. It sometimes seems to me in some artists' reconstructions of dinosaurs, they almost make their faces too mammal-like. Whereas if you look at the face of a lizard or a crocodile or an emu, there's something alien about it, so something very unmammal-like. And so when I look at this fellow's face, I just can't help but sort of see through the feathers and almost think that I'm looking in the face of a dinosaur.
Yeah, you literally are.
I expect they had that sort of, that harshness, that glassy look to them. It's hard to put into words exactly what I'm seeing, but I almost seem to feel that I've got an insight into the psychology of a dinosaur from looking at the face of a bird like this.
Yeah. Anywho, I was hoping we'd have that clip where he's like chasing the emus around. trying to get them to leave footprints in certain places, and that's yeah, I don't think it's in here. Unless... Nah, that's okay. I'll need to go through and, like, catalog where a lot of these clips come from. But yeah. Yeah. Emus are scary, says Mazart Rules. I don't know. They're a lot less scary than some of the other ratites. These really big flightless birds. Like when I got to go to Ostrich Land in Solvang, California. Lordy and Ios and I went there in October of 2022. So we got to see a bunch of emus and a bunch of ostriches. They didn't have any rheas or cassowaries, as I recall. But the emus were far friendlier, far less ornery, less hostile than the ostriches. The ostriches were like, they looked like they wanted to tear you apart, you know? The emus were chill by comparison. Yeah. Look at that critter. Oh. I love emus. They're so cool. Yeah. They'll steal sausages off your barbecue? I'm sure they will. Yeah. They're lovely animals. They really are. A long clip that I took. You can hear that thrumming, that sort of, I can't even do it. It's like this deep sound from within their chest. Really cool stuff. The ostriches, by comparison, were
What are you up to?
So this one was pretty chill, but a lot of them were like running around. They're like, don't get close to me. Get away. Yeah. Yeah, and then look at this. Once it finishes loading. Come on, Google Photos.
Oh, you're beautiful. Take a look at you.
What a cool critter. Doing some personal grooming there. And the cassowary has massive talent. This is true. Sephiris Mama, yes indeed. Can we get some cassowary emotes going in the chat? And we'll play that classic video on cassowaries. There.
Send an ambulance, please. It's a moment of crisis. What prompted such a desperate call to 911? It was a vicious physical attack, not from a human being, but from a bird called a cassowary, just like the one behind.
You hate this video? I'm sorry, Salamander. We don't have to watch it. But, yeah, there was a guy in Florida who decided it would be a great idea to have a pet cassowary. And one day the cassowary said, I don't think this is a very good idea, and it killed him. Call an ambulance, but not for me. There you go, Victorious. Yes. Oh boy. Yeah. 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 It actually killed him? Yeah, Petrodactylus,
Behind
yeah.
me. It's known as the most dangerous bird in the world. The cassowary is a close descendant of the fierce velociraptors, the dinosaurs featured in Jurassic World.
Close descendant of the velociraptor. So cassowaries are a kind of bird, and birds are living dinosaurs. The cassowary is no more closely related to non-bird dinosaurs than any other kind of bird. All birds are equally closely related to dinosaurs because they all sprang from the same dinosaurian ancestor.
Stand down.
So yeah.
Who would keep such a creature as a pet? This man did. 75-year-old Marvin Hajos of suburban Gainesville, Florida. His urgent call to 911 came after he was attacked by his pet cassowary. In a fight between cassowary and man, he didn't stand a chance. Somehow, Hajos was able to call a friend, who then placed his own
I don't think this is a photo of the actual event.
call to 911, urging police to get there quickly.
He sounded really frantic on the phone. All he said was send an ambulance, send an ambulance, send an ambulance.
And so that wasn't actually his voice in that clip earlier, apparently. Salamander. I think it was somebody else. Because apparently he called a friend and told the friend to call an ambulance, you know?
Zookeeper Debbie Morganson uses a rake, especially during breeding season, when the birds are protecting their eggs.
And look at that gorgeous egg right there. That's what their eggs actually look like. There's an idea that maybe cassowary eggs, along with the eggs of other flightless birds or less flighted birds, things like tinamous, since the males are the ones who actually have to sit on and take care of the eggs, there might be incentive, because the females are the ones laying the eggs, obviously. There might be incentive for them to evolve really brightly colored eggs as a way to make sure that the males sit down and protect the eggs at all times. You know? It's like, hey, Dad, you better protect those babies. We're going to make them super conspicuous and brightly colored so you don't slack off on the job, you know?
The main thing you worry about is their feet. It's their most deadly weapon.
She's correct. Cassowaries don't bite. They use their claws, which can grow 4 inches long. This guy uses a thick shield to protect himself during an attack.
So more like running at you and kicking you and jumping at you with those feet, and like a velociraptor, they're gonna shred you pretty quick.
Wildlife expert Jared Miller says the dead man might have made a mistake.
Might have? I think there's multiple mistakes leading up to that, not to make light of his death, but yeah.
Situation where a little slip up like a trip and fall definitely gave that large bird an advantage.
So yeah, oh boy. There's a link to that video right there. Oh, moon pie. Pie sneezing. Here, hang on a sec. Check on the 3D printer while I check on moon pie. Moon Pie's a very sneezy cat, and yeah. Oh, Moon Pie, she's still sneezing. Anywho, yeah. Cassowaries, fascinating animals. I don't know how we got from ducks to there, but Geek Store, thank you for the ducks. Yeah, and she's okay. McKenny, she's okay. Yeah. Oh, and we got cardinals too, and a black-capped chickadee. Very nice. I'm not sure who that bird is, but yeah, we've got all kinds of birds. Very nice. Thank you, Geek Store. And is this Dorkalotl? I spotted a woodpecker the other day. Look at this. This is one of those big woodpeckers that often gets confused for the now extinct ivory-billed woodpecker, right? What's this one called? Which one is that? And it is big. This is a big woodpecker. Is it the pileated woodpecker, really? Pileated, okay. Huh. Yeah, they do get big. They get big, for sure. It's not a small bird. Yeah. I think that's what that is. Yeah, very cool. Good stuff, Darkalotl. Very good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. And I saw a gaggle of friends on my way to get some coffee this morning. Ooh, ibises, white ibises, right? Man, Florida's got such cool birds. Yeah. Yeah, super neat. With that ridiculous long curved bill like that. Very cool. Ibises, says Ungoy, yeah. And they're in the Bay Area? Who's in the Bay Area, P-Bounce? Pileated woodpeckers? I've never seen one of these in the Bay Area, I don't think. But, yeah. Anyway, the white ibis, American white ibis, just a beautiful bird. And they're all over the place in Florida. I actually found one on iNaturalist. Is it here? Show more login options. Sign in with Google. I think it was here. Yeah. 95 messages. Goodness. My observations. There we go. I had one here in Florida from last year, and it was a white ibis. Lovely. It was when I went to Dinerland. Yes, indeed, Mizart Rules. Yeah. Yeah. So this was at Disney's Animal Kingdom. And what's funny is that the concrete here is stamped in such a way to show a bunch of different animal footprints. And here's an ibis walking by, and he's like, yeah, I match up with some of these. Yeah. Good stuff. Sparkly Miracle Zone says the production on this stream is amazing, inspiring. Honestly, thank you. Hey. That... kind words, that means a lot to me. I work hard to put on a good show and provide good information and keep things interesting and engaging, entertaining. I appreciate you saying that. It shows. Thank you. You know, we'll be, again, next week. Next week, on Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be streaming from North Dakota, from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, doing some mobile live streams, walking around the museum, interviewing paleontologists who work there, looking hopefully at the collections and the fossil laboratory and the public exhibits. Oh man, it's going to be great. So stay tuned for that. Can't wait. It's going to be awesome. Super excited about that. And Casey Snort says, your efforts keep us all engaged and coming back each week, Danny. One of the best shows on Twitch for sure. Thank you, Casey. That's high praise, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, man. Anywho, lovely white ibises there. So many of them. Dorkalotl, this is great. This is great. Look at those theropod dinosaurs. Beautiful. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sparkly Miracle Zone says, why do birds get more diseases than other animals? Is that a myth? I don't think they do get... I don't think birds are particularly pronounced in the amount of diseases they get. No. Yeah. Sometimes animals with elevated metabolisms, animals that are warm-blooded, they do... Since they've got more metabolic activity, that can lend itself to more internal diseases. Critters like bats do act as reservoirs for all kinds of diseases that can spread to humans. But I don't get the impression that birds are particularly sickly animals. No, I don't think they are. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm not an epidemiologist. I don't study disease in wildlife or anything, so I don't know if I could absolutely tell you for sure. But yeah, they're great, really great at moving diseases around. Yeah, birds tend to be very mobile animals. So yeah, they can cover vast distances. So maybe that's part of where that impression comes from. Andy's the one has got, that's not a bird. That's a goat. But then you've got some peafowl here. A female and another female peafowl. Those are peahens. We've got a white one. This is either leucistic or albino or something like that. And then kind of regular variety. Female peafowl, peahen. Very nice. Very nice. And an interesting lesson here. See, the dinosaurs are allowed to roam free here, while the mammal is restrained. Does this show that dinosaurs are more trustworthy than mammals? Possibly. You be the judge. Kidding. But yeah. As it should be, says Lilith Hobo, yeah. Last rabies shot. Oh, very nice. Saphira's Mama. 8 Aussie Flying Foxes? That's super cool. Yeah. Oh, man. That's super exciting. Saphira's Mama. That's awesome. Anyhow, let's continue. Oh. And there's a peacock emoji. That's lovely. There's also a goat. And there's also... The Disco Fountain says, just saw a hawk, but was too busy watching it to take a picture. Eyes. No phone. You know what? Sometimes it's cool to just be in the moment. Sometimes you can celebrate Thursday BIRDSday just internally. Be like, hey, I saw a cool bird this week. Gonna think about that. You know? Yeah. Savar says so true. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's how I like to think about it. Ms. Art Rules has got a robin being proud. That's a very proud looking robin. My goodness. Look at him. That's a rabbit. And there's a robin. Secret rabbit, says Dr. Terra. Yeah. Look at him. He's like, yeah. Yeah, I'm a robin. It's pretty great, I'm not gonna lie. This lovely, orange ventral side. I pull worms out of the ground all day. I eat them up. I fly around. It's good stuff, Yeah. A lot of jealous mammals this Thursday BIRDSday, says Axeman. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Well. Good stuff. Do we have an orange heart? We do. Yeah. And rabbit. Yeah, secret rabbit. Secret rabbit. Red-breasted thrush, says Neverwinterful. Yeah, I mean, so the robins that we have in North America are not related to the robins from Europe. Two different the same name for two wildly different birds. Let's look at our tree of life here, and we'll find the American robin, which actually reminds me of a song. Yeah. There we go. American robin.
The infant. The adult.
Hugin.
Ontogeny.
23 months? That's almost a whole year.
Thank you for that ongoing support, Hugin. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online for all that length of time. Stupendous. I appreciate you, Hugin. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch and put food on my table. Not quite this kind of food, but other kinds of food that I enjoy eating more. So American robin right there, Turdus migratorius. It's actually a kind of thrush. So it's related to these other thrushes here. Whereas the European robin, not closely related at all. So, yeah, it's actually related to other robins. You could probably say that these are the true robins, and the American robins are pretenders. I suppose that's probably fine to say. But yeah, this is why we use scientific names, Because robin might be referred to... different people in different cultures might use the word robin to refer to wildly different birds that are not related. And there's Australian robins, too? D-bounds? Australian robin. I'm not getting anyone. Australasian robin. And what is this? Is it related to like a titmouse or something? Australasian robins. There we go. They're over here. Oh, okay, but they actually are related to these robins, I think. Right? Here, let's jump from here again to our European robin. I wasn't paying attention as we jump there. Okay, yeah, they're fairly close, I guess. You know? Yeah. Pink robins? Is that a... Pink robin. Okay, yeah, they're related to the... Yep. That is a very cute looking bird. Yeah. Very cute bird. You weren't kidding there, Neverwinter. Holy moly. Where are they from? Pink robin. Southeastern Australia, okay. Huh. Neat. Cool. Very cool. Anyway, thank you, Ms. Art Rules, for that very proud robin. There we go. There's also Batman's Robin. I don't know if I'm familiar with that common name, Hugin. Batman's Robin. I know a lot of birds are named after ornithologists or various naturalists. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Batman. When was his heyday? When did he when was he publishing on various birds? Is that Albert Batman? The name sounds familiar. Anyhow, Regalis says, whenever I take a walk at my family's plaza, I always see a pigeon, which I decided to nickname Mr. P. Jump Chess, thank you for the 29 months of support. Thank you for that.
Ontogeny.
I appreciate that, Jump Chess. Thank you kindly for keeping me online for 29 months now. Holy moly. It's a long time. Appreciate you. Regalis says, whenever I take a walk at my family's plaza, I always see a pigeon, which I decided to give the nickname Mr. P. And unfortunately, after summer break, I couldn't find him anywhere until today. Well, welcome back, Mr. P. Good for you. Yeah. Let's give him a crown as well. And, celebration that he's back. Good for him. The triumphant return of Mr. P, yes. The return of the king. Oh, Jean-Francois Batman. Oh, thank you, Neverwinter. Okay. That was the name of that naturalist. Jean-Francois Batman. Okay, yeah. And Pantanal, Brazil, August 2024. Look at that toucan. What a gorgeous animal. Look at his beak. It's a good bird right there. Gorgeous photo, by the way. Wow. Look at that eye. And that big keratinous beak. You can see the serrations on the beak right there. Super cool. Just amazing, you know? Gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. Toucans like this they'll eat a lot of fruit. I think they eat a lot of nuts. They'll also eat other birds if they get the chance. They'll just like fly into a nest and eat another bird's babies. Yeah. That huge beak that they have, it does make me wonder, like, what's going on with that? Like, how and why did this first evolve? Is there like a runaway selection sort of going on to have bigger and bigger beaks? Because you would think after a while, your beak would be big enough for practical purposes, the beak being this big makes me wonder whether this is like a display thing. Whether this is a way that toucans like show off to their mates or something, to potential mates. But if that is the case, then I would expect to have strong sexual dimorphism there. And I don't think that's the case. I think the males and females I think they've both got bills like that. Huh. Toucans kept as a couple at Japanese zoo for 8 years turned out to be both female. It happens sometimes, yeah. Well, if that's the case, if the zookeepers made that kind of a goof, that heavily implies that that there's not strong sexual dimorphism there. So maybe it is purely a functional thing. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, good stuff there, Loon 700. Beautiful toucan. Yeah. Good stuff. Toucan. Lenina. Appreciate you, Lenina. Urban Manx says the Guinness advertising bird. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. Oh look, here they are. This is where I live. The beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Well, well, well. Very nice. I've never seen toucans flying overhead. But very cool. Yeah. I like it how they got the bridge correct there, too. That's the San Francisco side, the far end, and then you've got the, over here, the Marin side. It's a good ad. Like, true to life, except for the fact that you've got toucans flying in formation with pint glasses on their bills, but, you know. Yeah. Anywho, this is not a stream sponsored by Guinness, so let's take those away. But welcome, Urban Mank. Does the Mank in your name, is that a reference to Manchester in the north of England? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but yeah. If so, great to have you here. My old crew chief, whom we'll be visiting this weekend. I'll be streaming with him, hopefully on Monday and Tuesday. Manchester, correct. Well, well, well. Nice. Denver Fowler is from the north of England. Not from Manchester proper, but from a little village called Disley. And, yeah. He was my mentor for years and years when I lived in Montana. Now he runs a museum in North Dakota. And, yeah, you'll probably pick up on his Mank accent when we get him on stream. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Very excited for this trip. Mancunian, thank you, Neverwinter, yeah. Alexander Morrison says, while on lunch, a large flock of white ibis wandered nearby. Clearly, they're holding positions for the chance of handouts or to scavenge the last bits of food dropped alongside the litter. Yeah. When I was in Florida back in September, I would see white ibises walking around dining areas where people were eating outside and they're waiting for scraps. It's interesting how certain birds just adapt really well to human presence. They'll be like, hey, I'll hang out and eat some food. I'll take some scraps. Very nice, Alexander Morrison. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Yeah. And it seems like years ago that Danny was in Florida. It was a while ago. For certain. Yeah. I don't know. It's... The latter half of 2024 was a busy one. It was a busy 6 months there. Riley's got little birdie looking at me while sitting the wrong way around on the feeder with a little piece of seed in the corner of her mouth. That is a female northern cardinal. I know this bird. She's pretty. Not nearly as striking as the males, who are this bright cardinal red, but still a very pretty bird. Yeah. And Rocket Sage, how are you doing? Hello to you too. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Sage. If anybody here in the chat's not yet familiar with Sage, go give her a follow right now. She's a geologist, and she does geology right here on Twitch. I hope you're doing well, Sage. It's good to see you. Oh shoot, I see there's messages from you in the Discord here. March 9th, 2024. Anyway, yeah. Sorry I didn't respond to those messages. I'm terrible. The only time I really look at Discord is while I'm streaming. Well, we're doing Thursday BIRDSday, frankly. So anyway. But it's good to see you, Sage. Let's move on to our next bird there. Thank you. Riley. For that female northern cardinal. Beautiful bird there. She looks very stern here in this picture, just, you know. Why are you photographing me? You gonna put this up on the internet? Sorry, Cardinal. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Anywho. Keimer says, I took this while on a cruise in Alaska. Gotta love gulls, you know? I don't know what... I'm very bad at gull identification. Oh, you've got sound now. Excellent, Rocket Sage. I was just telling everybody to follow you, and I was apologizing for not having responded to your Discord message from, like, almost a year ago. I never look at the Discord except when we're doing Thursday BIRDSday. It's hard to find time for these things. But anyway, it's good to see you, Sage. I hope you're doing well. Just reach out to me if you ever want. Thank you, Sage. I will one of these days. Especially once we start up fieldwork in Fremont. When we're working at that Pleistocene site. Those Irvingtonian gravels. It'd be really cool to do a stream with you there at some point, so... Yeah. You love that? Sounds good, Sage. Let's see if we can make that work. Yeah. I've got a brand new satellite dish set up for outdoor streaming. And I'm actually taking it to North Dakota tomorrow to do some streams from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Internet speeds are pretty dog water in North Dakota, so we'll be using satellite internet to do an indoor stream. It's going to require a whole setup process, but I'm excited about it. Tested everything, it all works. We're sitting pretty. I'm excited for it. Try to be there. Yeah, Monday and Tuesday. It's going to be great. There's going to be a lot of cool geology to talk about too. Sequence stratigraphy. Trying to like correlate different basins across state and national boundaries when we don't have good radiometric dates. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. And Duchess Gelaquin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho, so what was I saying? Gulls. Oh yeah, gulls are super easy to identify because you just look at it and you go, yeah, that's a gull. Genus Larus. And then you slowly back away. Because identifying gulls down to the species level is really tricky. Really tricky. Because these are birds that they hybridize left and right, and the juveniles look different from the adults in ways that get really confusing. Yeah. Oh boy. Moving beyond seagulls, an introduction to gull identification with Justin Peter. This is only an hour and 36 minutes long. Let's take a look.
So we are live. Okay, we are live. Hello and welcome, everyone.
A beginner. I hope to give you a little bit of a taste or an appetite, let's say, for gulls and what makes gulls interesting. In the case that you've decided to sort of keep away or hold back, withhold yourself from gulls, I would say, I mean, I really find gulls fascinating to look at. They are, I think, very beautiful birds. Now, you might not be quite at the stage of considering them beautiful.
I think they are. They're dinosaurs after all.
Something we're working against in society at large, and that's the idea that all gulls are seagulls. And I have to tell you a funny true story today is Andrew McTavish in Hamilton. He sent me a couple of photos of a rare gull that showed up recently at Mohawk Lake in Brantford. And so strong is this whole notion of, the generic seagull, and gulls are just, they're all seagulls, that even Microsoft considers gulls, seagulls, just generically seagulls, to be sort of the general state of affairs. So just to prove that to you, when Andrew sent this photo, here's the photo when I inserted it into my presentation into PowerPoint before I expanded it to fit the size of the slide. And Microsoft PowerPoint provided me with a suggested text to accompany this photograph of a new gull at left with a heron gull. And it said, alt text, a flock of seagulls are swimming in a body of water. This is Mohawk Lake. So there's sort of this generic seagull thing. All gulls are seagulls. You might think that all of them look the same. You may have sort of a ill feeling about gulls as well. Perhaps they've attacked you or...
Not in Utah. In Utah, gulls are considered divine and people bow down and worship them. I'm only a little bit kidding about this, but yeah. In Salt Lake City in particular, you will find graven images of gulls all over the place, made of gold. Yeah, monuments to gulls. They are, kind of considered like holy animals. Yeah. And SV Harkin says, oh no, I think I'm guilty of calling them all seagulls. They're not all seagulls. Many of them live very far from the sea, and there's many different species of gull. Genus Larus. Bonaparte's gull. We'll just jump to that, and then we'll go out to genus Larus from there. There we go.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Mark Melvin. I appreciate that.
They have given 189 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, thank you, Mark Melvin, for all those gift subs. And Duchess Gilliquin, enjoy that gift sub there. Thank you for your generosity, Mark Melvin. So genus, species, family Laridae. There's 100 species in there. Gulls and terns. I think this is all genus Larus. There's 46 different species in the world today of gulls. Genus Larus. There's a lot. There's a lot of different gulls. Anyway, if you'd like to embark on the challenging endeavor of advanced gull identification, that video might be a great place to start. Anyway, good stuff there. Good stuff. I'm not sure who this gull is. Maybe glaucous-winged gull, I think. Neverwinter said? Glaucous-winged gull, perhaps? Yeah. Anyhow. The California gulls that call Utah home. It's the state bird of Utah, is the California gull. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Even experts sometimes find it difficult to identify gulls down to the species level. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Timers. Good stuff. Cool. No, what kind of gull? Mayor of Space has got a double-crested cormorant drying his wings at Haulover Canal. Oh, that's lovely. And look how fast he's moving. Wow. He's moving in a good clip. Without walking or... Shit, how strong he is. He's able to move that pylon. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyhow, yeah. Really nice. I've always had difficulty trying to tell the difference between double-crested cormorants and Brandt's cormorants. But it seems like most of the ones that we have around here in the Bay Area tend to be double-crested cormorants, even though both species are known from the Bay Area, I think. But good stuff there, Aerospace. Good stuff indeed. I presume you were kayaking past this, and that's why it looks like he's moving. Or she's moving. Yeah. And yeah, just gorgeous wings, right, Casey? Yeah. And Scorched Hellfire, I know that I was... I hope you know that I was kidding about the whole seagulls being worshipped as gods in Utah thing. I was joking. But yeah. Anyhow, yeah. The funny thing about the whole miracle of the gulls is it didn't actually happen like that. You look at like primary sources from that time, and nobody really mentions gulls. But that's a discussion for another time. Yeah, historians like within the LDS Church, I guess, they're like, probably didn't actually happen like that. Anyhow. Well, actually, shoot, I don't know if that's... Yeah, anyway. From Canyonero Boy, we've got a great and a snowy egret, although I think they're both great. Is there an easy way to differentiate between all the white long-legged wading birds like egrets, herons, ibises, cranes, and the common albino flamingo? I mean, you look at how they are, and that's how you can start to tell who they are. I don't know, great egrets tend to be big. You know, it looks like if you accidentally left a great blue heron, when you put them in the wash with like some bleach or something by mistake, come out like that. Or as a great egret, yeah, they tend to be smaller. I think they've got different colored eyes. They've definitely got a different colored bill. All good stuff. Anyway. Anyway, egrets. Let's go back to our tree of life here. Jump to egrets and herons. Permanently shrugging, says this dispenser. I mean, it's kind of nuts how these birds are able to just change the entire aspect of their body just by kind of pulling their head in or sticking it out like that. Yeah. I mean, it is crazy what they're able to do with their necks. Is this a tricolor heron? But look at that. This is the same bird, just a few seconds apart. It's like, how crazy is that? That's bonkers. This is not even like, oh, these are the same species. This is the same individual bird, a few seconds apart. Just extraordinarily dynamic. A green heron. Thank you, Neverwinter. Okay. Where does it go? Says SV Harkin. That's the thing, is they do insane things with their cervical vertebrae, with the bones in their necks. And, yeah. So here's a dinosaur blog. Sauropod vertebra picture of the week. SV Pow. This is, Matt Wadle and Mike Taylor. They talk about sauropod dinosaurs, these long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. Like this. Or like this. So, with sauropods, so much of their study is done on their neck vertebrae, because they've got a lot of them, and they tend to be very big, and they tend to be fairly diagnostic, at least to a certain extent. So if you study sauropods, chances are you study sauropod vertebrae. And sometimes we look at modern animals for clues about things that are hard to figure out for dinosaurs. Herons almost defy logic or sanity. Right here, you're looking at an image of a heron. These are the neck vertebrae here. They've got extraordinary flexibility in their necks. That's the trachea right there. The windpipe. You would think that the windpipe would, like, just kind of, like with good cable management, just kind of run along the same trajectory as the cervical vertebrae, but nope. They're like, yeah, the neck vertebrae are going all over the place. We're just gonna have these detached. So the trachea is just kind of, it's gonna do its own thing down here like this. How insane is that, you know? Just bonkers. I was not exaggerating, you know? Just crazy. As you can see, while the vertebrae of the neck are pulled into a strong curve, the trachea doesn't bother. It just sort of hangs there from the base of the head to the top of the lungs.
The terrible lizards.
Golden Tarkus, thank you for the follow. The trachea cheerfully crossing over, i.e. passing to the side of the vertebral sequence. So the trachea here is not much more than half the length of the vertebral sequence. That's nuts. That their neck vertebrae, their neck is longer than their trachea is. At least if you're looking at their osteology, if you're looking at their bones. Insane. SV Pow is great if you're interested in dinosaurs, especially sauropods. I think you can subscribe to this via RSS or something, but it's nuts, you know, what birds like this do. It's crazy. And yeah. Rhacodactylus, good to see you. How are things? I hope you're having an excellent day. Good to see you. We're getting through Thursday BIRDSday here. So yeah, anyway, so this, it might look like this snowy egret doesn't have any neck at all, but, oh man, have they got a neck. They are just very good at hiding it sometimes. And that's because they do that crazy thing where they can just fold their neck up into this tight S-curve and just compress it. And then their trachea kind of goes off to the side and just bonkers. It's almost hard to believe, you know? Yeah. Anyway, herons and egrets. This is the kind of bird that I'm going to be talking about this weekend with one of my co-authors as we get this manuscript finished, hopefully, and ready for publication. So good stuff. Canadian Arrow Boy, thank you for let's see. Yeah. Curvy neck right there. Good stuff. Sedulos says some of the birds that come to the bird feeder: a blue tit, a coal tit, and a brambling. Oh, nice. Very cool. I think blue tits were the ones that they would take the caps off of milk bottles to get to the cream on top back in the day, when people would get milk delivered every day in the UK. And that looks a lot like a chickadee, but I guess it's not. It's a brambling? Or a coal tit? Is this a brambling? Interesting. Super cool. Super, super cool. Here, let's look up. Coal tit right there. And I wonder if they're related to chickadees. If they're close relatives, or if passerine birds are just all super confusing like that. Coal tit right there. Paris à terre. Okay. So they're related to all these other species of tit. And then, yep. So many. And they are related to chickadees. Well, well, well. Yeah, nice. Very cool. Before I forget, I had an encounter with a chickadee, a chestnut-backed chickadee, at my bird feeder this week. I put this up like 3 weeks ago, and only in the past week have birds started visiting it, which I'm really happy about. I'm happy that they finally arrived. But that's a chestnut-backed chickadee right there. Yeah. There was this bird, and then there was also a bird I have never seen before. A bird I don't think is super common where I live. This is a Bewick's wren. Look at that lovely bird. They mostly eat bugs, so he's like, he or she, not super interested in what's going on in the feeder. Not super eager to eat these sunflower seeds. And it's kind of funny because when he flits off, listen to what happened. A crow flew by, and he's like, "Oh shoot, get out of here!" Yeah, Bewick's wren, super energetic little bird. I think that's probably because they got a lot of protein in their diet, primarily eating insects. So they can afford to be a little hyperactive. They don't have to conserve their energy as much. Yeah. They like bugs better. Exactly, Marielle. Yeah. Yeah. It's similar to the Carolina wren in the east. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Enrique says, I do like that so many birds move so fast that you just see them in different positions rather than moving to a new position. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's funny how that works. Some of these birds, man. Anyway, Sedulus, good stuff. Yeah. Blue. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, nice. Victorious has got one of my favorite dinosaurs, Buteo jamaicensis. That's the red-tailed hawk. In the backyard yesterday. Gorgeous photo. Yeah, nice. It's so cool when you've got a bird of prey hanging out where you live. It's like, wow, that's pretty special, you know? Just to have this regal-looking creature kind of chose your proximity as its habitat, as its territory. It's pretty neat, you know? Yeah. Good stuff, Victorious. Good stuff. Yeah. You're lucky. You're very lucky to have that bird there. That's awesome. And Germsturm, the fastest animal on the planet, the peregrine falcon, Falco peregrinus, who's causing a fright to last week's screech owl. Okay, good germs, yeah. That's great. Very, very cool. Awesome. With any luck, we might be having some streams devoted to peregrine falcons this year. I'll have to see. But Germ's super neat. Super, super neat. That is a fast-forward bird. It is super, super quick. Fastest animal on the planet. Peregrine falcon. Very cool. And Atreus says, hey Danny, I'm planning to take the family from Minnesota out to the Black Hills and then loop back through North Dakota so we can hit the museum. Excellent. Excited to hear you'll be streaming your visit? Oh yeah. Yeah, you'll get a nice sneak peek of what you'll see there at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. I can't wait. Very, very cool. And we'll talk about that a little bit after Thursday BIRDSday too. I think we're not going to end the stream with Thursday BIRDSday today, like we often do. We'll talk about that museum a little bit first. So yeah. Pete Bounds has got a plover, sanderling, sandpiper, killdeer. I'm terrible at identifying these guys. Snowy plover from SoCal. Very nice. Yeah. Snowy plover from the beach. Yeah. Good stuff. And Axeman says, is the peregrine falcon just the fastest because it's the only animal with the guts to free fall from the sky? No. They've got a whole set of evolutionary adaptations so they can actually dive faster than free fall. Like, their free fall is faster than it would be for almost any other organism. You know? Yeah. Anyhow. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Up to like 240 miles per hour, something like that. It's insane. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff, P-Bounds. That's a lovely photo. Look at that high res there. You can almost see the little eyelash feathers. In fact, you can on this side. Look at that. Birds have got eyelashes too, oftentimes. They're just not made of hair. They're made of feathers. Which often makes me wonder how many different dinosaurs would have had eyelashes. Not made of hair, but made of feathers. You know? Yeah. Pretty cool. Lovely photo there. Thank you, P-Bounds. That's gorgeous. I guess there's no eyelash emoji. Makeup? No. That's okay. A T-Rex with long flowing eyelashes sounds lovely, says Otter to it. The Velociraptor might have been more likely to have had eyelashes because it lived in a desert environment and we know for a fact that they had feathers. So, yeah. Little baby velociraptors. Oop. Parents. So, think about animals like camels. Camels have got these big, luscious eyelashes, and that helps protect their eyes from the sun and from windblown sand, too. I would not be surprised if it turned out that dinosaurs like Velociraptor would have had long, feathery eyelashes. It would make a lot of sense living in a desert environment like they did, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Scorch Hellfire says, I want those in Jurassic World movies. Me too, you know? Such a missed opportunity to not give audiences proper dromaeosaurs. They had every reason to, they had every opportunity, and they blew it. Oh well. Steely Dan says, always cool to see a cardinal. I agree. Look at how red that bird is. Red, red, red. Yeah. This is great. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. P-Bound says, ground hornbills have crazy eyelashes. We gotta look this up. Ground hornbill eyelashes. It's one of the suggestions. Yeah, look at that. Maybe she's born with it. Or maybe she's a ground hornbill. Just, yeah. But this is a bird that's spending a lot of the time on the ground. Maybe it's living in an environment with a lot of sand blowing around, or maybe it's just kind of living in sort of a rough and tumble lifestyle down in the undergrowth, chasing after critters. And maybe those eyelashes are there to help protect it from stuff getting in its eyes. Or maybe it's a display thing. Maybe that's... I don't know. Yeah. I bet you it's got some function. But yeah, very cool. Just those eyelashes. My goodness. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Oh boy. Yeah. Whoops. No, not forward. Stop it. Anyway, cool stuff. Steely Dan. Cool stuff. Charcone says, yesterday I visited the Audubon Center in Riverlands, right off the Mississippi River in St. Louis. Nice. Got to see a bald eagle and a flock of trumpeter swans. Very cool. But since the zoom on my camera's messed up, I settled for a pic of some bird skulls in the display. Nice. Love me some bird osteology. Wild turkey, great horned owl. That's not a bird skull on the right. That's like a beaver or something. Some kind of big rodent. Probably beaver. Yeah. Very cool. Nice. Charcone. Nice. Egg and museum? Building. Classical building. There we go. That's the stuff. Yeah. Neverwinter Fool's got a killdeer. Oh boy. You know why they're called that, chat? Because they primarily feed on deer. What they'll do is they'll kind of wait. Well, they'll sneak up on the deer, and then they'll go and they'll start eating the eyes. And then once they're done with that, they kind of go in from there, because deer have pretty tough eyes. I'm totally making this up. It's not true at all. I don't know what... I think it's because their call sounds like they're saying, kill deer, kill deer. Yeah. Here, let's look that up. Kill deer call. Yeah. I don't know if I hear it. Sounds more like cheep cheep. In some of these cases, I almost feel like it's almost like the constellations in the sky, you know? Like, really? That really looks like a scorpion to you? Really? Okay, I guess. Yeah. Maybe we're not hearing the classic killdeer call, but yeah. They call them kildees. Interesting. AD&D Mike? Huh. Yeah. Whose smoke detector battery is low? Get that checked. There you go, Atreus, yeah. They used to be called chattering plovers, which I think is a better name. I agree. Plover or plover, depending on where you live in the world. But, yeah. Neverwinter, this is gorgeous. Just absolutely gorgeous photo. Once again. And we're seeing some cool behavior here. Yeah. Should call that one a kill worm, says Ragdactylus. I guess so. Found something good to eat. Yeah. That's lovely. Neverwinter says a killdeer. Charadrius vociferus. They are noisy. With a snack at John Hines National Wildlife Refuge in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, May 2021. Nice. The knife there. Lenina. That's good. Also worm. Yeah. Nice. Gravity's got a last-second submission. Tons of ducks in Corona Park. Or not ducks? No, them's geese right there. Branta canadensis. That is the Canada goose. Oh, boy.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Ooh, important stuff.
Step 1, die.
I'm sure
Lady
you'll
Fade.
have lots of fun on your trip.
Thank
Gorgeous
you.
pink color on that robin. I
Yeah.
highly enjoy watching your content because I learn more about not only dinosaurs, but other animals as well. I like that your wall represents each day's topic. I
Thank
love
you.
themes in life.
I love themes in life too, Lady Fiend. We've got that in common. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the 14 months of support. Thanks for being here. You know, it does mean a lot to me when people say, "Oh, I appreciate that the background is different every day, that it corresponds to the day's theme, that kind of thing." I don't have to do this. It's a lot of work, And today, I feel like I skipped a little bit. Here's my bag for North Dakota, packed right here. It was a busy day, and I still got other stuff I got to do today. But anyway, yeah. Appreciate you, Lady Fiend. Thank you so much for keeping me here online. Appreciate you. Yeah, these geese. We've talked many times on this channel about Canada geese and how they They got an attitude. Kind of have to.
I'll tell you another way.
Uh-oh, a singing crocodile.
About 250 a million years ago.
Or 16 months ago. You're not gruesome, Atreus. Thank you, thank you.
Paleobirds are dinos 3 paleobirds.
Thank you for the 16 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that, Atreus. Thank you very much for keeping me here online. For 16 whole months, that's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for continuing to share science. Thanks for helping make that possible, Atreus. Seriously. It would not be possible if it weren't for generous support like yours. Thank you. These geese were very well behaved and noisy, says Gravity. They're cool animals, they really are. I know that they're fairly common. A lot of people see these animals every day, but they're pretty special critters. Victorious, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Thank you very much.
Victorious
Excellent.
is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Thank you very much, Victorious, for washing away those ads. Appreciate your generosity. It's 5 people. 5 more people now won't have to watch any ads at all when we're live from North Dakota next week. Again, I'm super excited about this. We'll get into it in a couple minutes, but, oh man. Thank you. That's excellent. Appreciate you, Victorious. Good stuff, Gravity. Good stuff. Sneaking it in right before the deadline, like me getting an abstract submitted before the deadline for the conference. Dr. Terra says, my mom had an encounter with a black vulture duo having a rabbit snack. Well, we don't have black vultures where I live. These guys are cool. I think I saw some in Florida, when I was there back in September. I was only there for 1 day. But I'm pretty sure I saw some black vultures. They looked different from turkey vultures flying around. Man, they're cool. Let's take a close up here. Yeah. Really neat. In a way, they almost kind of look better dressed than turkey vultures. Or they just look more goth. I don't know. They're very cool. Vultures are underappreciated birds in many ways, and it's always nice to give them a little shout out here on Thursday BIRDSday. Be like, you know what? I like vultures. I like them a lot. Yeah. There's no bow tie emote? Suit? There we go. Yeah, nice. Vulture in a 3-piece suit. I mean, they kind of do look like that. Scorch, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. And your ospreys migrate from South Africa every year? That's nuts, Snake Socks. Is that true? Wow. I feel like our osprey in North America are resident. I feel like they're here year-round. Rushwing's got a twofer. They say, I was originally excited earlier this week to see a white-bellied sea eagle flying near my house for the first time. This one looks to be a juvenile, as it's still mostly brown. Nice. I thought it was being mobbed by a masked lapwing, but on closer inspection of the photos, it's another bird of prey. I have no idea what the littler guy is, though. Knowing what is potentially around where I live, it's possibly a swamp harrier, or a brown falcon, or a goshawk? Huh. It beats me. Yeah, that is, I don't know. We're going to want to zoom in and enhance. What is our mystery bird right here? Doesn't look like a crow to me, SV Harkin. It's got that characteristic kind of like upward bent to the wings like that. It looks like some sort of a cipterid, probably. Like a hawk or an eagle. But I don't know. Yeah. Misterioso. I am not sure. But yeah, that's no crow. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Good stuff, Rushwing. Good stuff. Mysterious. And Dr. Terminator's got a spoiler for us. What's this? Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's the dead rabbit. Sorry. Oh, I apologize, chat. I didn't realize. Yeah. Anywho. Fawn Prophet has got multiple birds for us. There's some sort of a woodpecker feeding out of that feeder. I don't know who this is. I've seen this bird before, but I forget what they're called. Vultures are vulturing. Yeah, there you go, Airspace, yeah. Somebody in chat's gonna know who this is. Eating some Fruity Pebbles? Trick cereal? Painted bunting. Thank you, P-Bounce. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, painted bunting. I don't know who this is, but they're very yellow. We've got a mourning dove right here. I know this bird. Yeah. And yeah, more of this yellow guy. Very nice. So many birds. Good stuff. Thank you, Fawn Prophet, for posting. I appreciate it. Is this your first Thursday BIRDSday entry? Normally we just do one bird. Yeah. But this is great. Thank you. I appreciate this. Yeah. That yellow green, says Gravity. I'd say it's yellow underneath and green on top. But yeah. Yeah. Green, okay. The green one is a female painted bunting. Really, Neverwinter? Well, I just learned something. We don't have painted buntings where I live. I bet you that's like an East Coast bird. Or maybe even like a Southeast bird. That's neat. That's very neat. Thank you, Fawn Prophet. Kawaisapod says, I wanted to tell people that some dinosaurs were roaming our streets, then I figured they'd get scared. Yeah. Well, some people are scared of birds, too. Before they even realize that they're dinosaurs. But yeah. Is this a ringbill gull? Maybe. Oh, I know what kind of gull this is. It's genus Larus. Yeah. Very nice. Streets. Car. Good stuff, Kawaisapod. Charlie's Dragon is that's a mammal. Oh, looking at some birds. Are these goldfinches, perhaps? It's young. Oh, Anina. More mammals hogging the limelight. My cat Maisie watching some European greenfinch on the bird feeder last winter. We've got goldfinches here where I live, and the cats love watching them at the feeder through the window. Yeah. Good stuff. That's lovely, Charlie's Dragon. pretty cat. It reminds me of my cats. Or the cats who live here. They're not my cats. If anything, I belong to them. But yeah, very nice, Charlie's Dragon. Very nice. Green heart for the green finches. And there they are. Well, well, well. Look at them, just having a grand old time. It's so cool to be able to provide food for birds, especially in the winter, you know? Like, it's hard to have an elevated metabolism and get enough food to eat so you can stay warm. So this is... It's a service that you're providing there. Well done, Charlie's Dragon. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. And look at this, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Alright. And Dinosaur Dave, here's my pet bird doing her thing while watching Paleontologizing on the TV. Really?
Hello, David. Hello, David. Hello. What's that? What?
Look, Sweetie Pie. Birds. Very nice. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave.
Hello, David. Hello, David. Hello. What's that? What?
Nice. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you very much. I can't see Sweetie Pie. You're in the way. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Let's see. Oh, Sweetie Pie, I'm sorry I'm neglecting you. She's glaring at me right now. Oh, Sweetie Pie. What? What? I know, I've been streaming for 5 hours at this point. I'll wrap it up soon, okay? I'll wrap it up soon, okay? Yeah. Look. There's a treat over there if you want it. Okay. Thank you, Dinosaur Day, for posting. Excellent. Axeman's got a beautiful pair of mourning doves. They are very handsome looking. Mourning doves. Another bird that I think is not appreciated as much as they should be. They're very cool. Doves in general are often overlooked or even maligned birds, especially like feral rock doves. But yeah, very nice. Axeman, very nice. Yeah. Excellent. And a sandhill crane guarding the parking lot. Neilf. Look at that big bird. This is a bird significantly taller than Sweetie Pie. Sometimes I wonder what Sweetie Pie would do when confronted with different birds like this. What would you do, Sweetie Pie? Would you be intrigued? I think you'd be scared. She can be a little timid. She could be a little timid. Of all the cats who live here, if there's like a knock at the door, Sweetie Pie is the first one to run away. Yeah. I think you would be intrigued, but also a little terrified to see this bird, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Sandhill crane, beautiful bird there, Neil. Thank you. Sandhill. Is that Lenina's work? Yes, indeed. Oh, and there we go. We wanted to find birds today, but it was negative 13 degrees, says Happy Nightmare, so all the birds were probably in their nests, in these nests. We heard one bird caw and saw a couple ducks fly overhead, but it wasn't fast enough with my camera. Let's see. Here, Sweetie Pie. These are big files. try and open that in this program. I don't know if this file format's gonna work. Oh, no, here we go. Here, we gotta do, here's Sweetie Pie. There we go. Stop capture, nice. Okay. Now... Very nice. Yeah. Cold. I'm going to be seeing some stuff like this when I'm in North Dakota this weekend and early next week. Thank you for sharing, Happy Nightmares. Good stuff. And that just about wraps up Thursday BIRDSday. Thank you, everybody, for participating, and let's talk a little bit about what's going on over the next few days. Preparing for North Dakota trip today. I am going to be getting my bag all packed and ready so I can take off first thing tomorrow morning. On Saturday and Sunday, when we don't normally stream, I don't plan on doing any streams during that time. Going to be working on publication with some colleagues. But on Monday and Tuesday, the plan is to stream from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. There we go. Little promo video they put together. Feathers, bones. New dinosaur species. Yes, indeed. The Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. This is one of those museums that's not particularly big. It's kind of a little hometown museum. Not a huge facility or anything, but man, do they punch well above their weight in terms of research and field work, and I'm so excited to show you all of this while I'm there. It's gonna be awesome. I don't want to try and hype it up too much just because, I don't know, I'm excited to show you. I'm all about showing rather than just telling whenever I can. And I'm so excited to be able to show you. It's going to be excellent. And I know you're going to miss me, Sweetie Pie, but I'll be back on Wednesday. Wednesday evening. So Monday and Tuesday, streaming from the museum in North Dakota. Wednesday's a travel day as I come back to California, and then Thursday we'll do a recap. I guess we'll do Thursday BIRDSday again, and yeah, we'll see whether or not we stream on Friday. But yeah, I gotta see if I can get that Triceratops painted in time to bring it to the museum, and I'm getting hungry. I gotta paint that trike. Let's wrap this up here, shall we? Without further ado, there we go. Sweetie Pie, you are right in front of the camera. My goodness. Big thank you to everybody whose names are about to appear in our credits here. Your various means of supporting the channel, supporting this mission of science outreach. I appreciate it tremendously. You're going to see some new followers there. Thank you, those of you who followed. We're going to have subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers and gifters. Thank you for supporting all of this financially.
Here's something stranger than
Lancelot, thank you for the follow.
prehistoric fact.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you kindly. Thank you to the moderators for doing what you do, making sure that this is a safe and welcoming community for everybody. You know I appreciate it. Yeah, cool stream, says Lancelot. Thank you. Thank you to the raiders. Thank you to the lurkers. Thank you to the chatters, the question askers, the enthusers, everybody. I appreciate you all. We are going to go raid into Hoot House livestream in honor of Thursday BIRDSday. There we go. We're going to continue the avian dinosaur action here with Hootie and Winkler, who are two adult barn owls hanging out in and around their nest box. Later on this year, they're going to be laying eggs and raising babies. You can watch live at Hoot House Livestream. Really cool setup. You'll see in just a minute here. But thank you, everybody, for a great stream and a great week. I look forward to showing you around the museum in North Dakota. Oh man, I can't wait. So next time I see you, it'll be from the great frozen north. Catch you then. Take care, everybody, and have a great weekend. Bye-bye.